Well, you got
I
three names
remember.
of people that three people who might be interested in, and they kind of represent the Leviathan Hunters, kind of a large institution, almost like a guild, just a collection of all the different people that um, go out hunting for the Leviathans out in the big, dark, inky ocean. And I don't know if I gave you their names or not, or we were saving that for today.
Strangford, Lady Clave, and Lady uh, Ank Ankahut? Hayat?
Ankh-Hayat. Yep.
Ankhayat.
That's how I'm going to say it, at least. Yes, those three would probably be. They're kind of the bigger, well-known members of the Leviathan Hunters, and any one of those might be interested in this particular map that you've created for them. You actually, when you were looking, you found that they're actively looking for new hunting grounds. That was something you, as you were putting your feelers out during your downtime, you kind of realized that there were many of them that they were actively looking for something very much like what you have here. So, yeah. Let's see. What else did we learn? What I have all my notes here, and I'm trying to think which things I've actually told you yet. The book itself is the one that, of course, you found from it was the Hive, right? That was the group that you were. No, it was the
Yeah.
Wraiths. It was the Wraiths.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who we beat
No,
the crap out. The masks. What was their names?
that was the Wraiths, the ones with the
Yeah.
masks. Yep.
They're
Yeah.
the same group we chased out of the, or I should say that Black and his ghost buddies chased out of the racetrack.
And then
Master stroke.
But then Match and Rusty visited headquarters.
Yep. So they pretty much.
Right. Which
Man.
also went pretty much great.
Yeah, you guys.
Yeah.
Everything
Did you
went
just set the building on fire and walk away?
Well, not just walk
I set
away.
a fire and walked
And
away.
I chained the door shut.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Oh,
was the
excuse me.
clincher.
Could have done without salad fingers. All right. The other things, I mean, you have a new Vice Den, so that's exciting. So you're going to have a chance for new income. And I noticed something on the character sheet. I don't remember if we did this or not on the master character sheet for the Blind Trust. It says down below, upon crew advancement, each PC gets stash equal to tier +2. Did we do that? It says that right under the coin vault.
No, I don't think so. I don't have any stash.
Nobody has any stash. Well, you should all have 3 stash right about now.
Okay.
In fact, even Salad Finger should have 3 stash. So,
He can work the front desk for a while.
he can work the front desk. That's all right.
We did.
Well, your very honorable but not so reliable gang needs a little bit of tending to. So he's out putting the scares into the gang, threatening more fingers and things like that, and just that creepy face alone is kind of whipping him into shape, I think. Any word on how things are going for Jake right now? Anybody?
I talked to him last on Sunday, and he's basically taking care of his dad about 24/7.
Wow. Okay. Alrighty. You also had a map. That was another thing.
That is the most important one to Rusty.
Yeah. And so that one is indicating something that appears to be outside in the world, out in what would be called the Deathlands. So that might be another, if you look at your little flow map here, trying to secure safe passage into the Deathlands would be a reason. That would be one of the little blocks you could fill in. You could also just go on the lookout for more turf or any of the other little blocks on there. That could be something you work towards. Or now that you have your map book, you could just stick with that and try and deal with that since you've been working on that for a while. I'll let you decide what you want to go do.
So Rusty, what's so interesting out there in the Deathlands?
Well, if there's something relating to the Blind Trust, if there's another box, a larger, a more important box, what could be more important than that?
That's right. There was the symbol was
It's
on the map, right?
yes. I know that recently we've become more powerful here in the city than we've ever been, and so it might be hard and risky for us to leave, but I've been part of the Blind Trust since I was young, and I've never heard of anything like this, and it's hard to pass that up.
I can't think of a way I could persuade you out of it, Rusty.
No, so that's Rusty's vote.
Yeah.
I know we decided.
Muted.
I thought I unmuted myself.
Now you can hear you.
What? Then I
You're-
I don't know what happened.
You're good now.
Okay. The dots? Did we talk about the dots on the map?
Yeah,
Those are the other cities.
Mhm.
Those were the other cities? Okay.
Yeah, if you go into your handout and look at the world map, that's the continent you're on, the Akoros.
I could use some extra time to maybe go over an idea that Gideon could maybe help me with.
Okay.
I think Gideon likes to be called Clyde now.
No. No, Rusty, keep it to yourself.
I not in on that joke, but maybe one day you'll share with me what that's about. But until then, I have an idea for some soul suffering.
Do elaborate.
Well, you see, playing around with the spirits was quite exciting, but I saw the opportunity here that maybe, what if we promise people their soul would go to a good or better place, but instead we trap it instead?
I see where you're going with this. All right, Mr. Black. I'm on board for this.
Good.
You wanna make our own box?
Yes,
Got
we devise a contraption to send these poor souls to a better place, but in reality they never leave.
Do you have a design for this, or do we need to invent one?
I have small ways to capturing independent spirits, but maybe something we can make bigger. Maybe a more permanent setup that they'd come and we'd enter them and their souls would never leave again. It might take some time, but I could explain and show you these that I have. And he'll pull out like a little vial and he pulls out this hook that he has and he extends, and it's like a lightning hook. And it does something to spirits, and it can trap them, and then it lets him funnel it into the little tiny vial that he has.
I think I could make that bigger. I think I could make that bigger, easy peasy.
Yes. It would take much time, and we should plan, but if we take a journey out to, I don't know where we're headed, maybe we'd have enough time to come up with some plans along the way.
It might not take that much time, Mr. Black. I know we haven't worked together very much, but I'm kind of good at this. This is kind of my thing.
I have to interject, Mr. Black. Are you suggesting the capture of ethereal souls as which you deal with, or the imprisonment of living men, so as to capture these souls?
No, no, no. We have nothing to capture their living being. I want to capture their essence after they leave this human material plane.
I mean, I could capture some living beings.
Hmm.
No.
wonder
I'm not
why.
suggesting that that's the direction we need to immediately be going in at this time.
I would prefer if they came in willing, as if we offered a salvation almost.
Yeah, if we do go with Rusty's idea, Serb can help with the, getting rid of the bodies.
It has been a struggle to recruit new members to the cult. To be perfectly frank, the the main tenets of our ideology is not something that naturally attracts the common or common man.
Well, maybe that's where you could come in. You could come with a ruse or some sort of disguise that would draw people in for salvation while we give them eternal damnation.
I'll let you know your gang has actually increased a little bit since you went up a tier. So some of your unreliable but loyal gang members. One guy brought in his brother. They've each kind of gone out and found somebody. So the numbers are growing. I don't know how many of your gang actually knows all the details of what you guys represent, other than you're just a people that, you know, it's fun to go rough some people up from time to time on behalf of these guys. Or
Standard gang. Nothing to see here.
yep. So you guys can kind of decide for yourself. Are they I mean, they're adepts, so I mean they're not just thugs, they're followers. But I'll let you guys decide how they feel about everything.
I would say like followers are all of our like members essentially adepts, or is it like tiered thing? There are adepts and then there are also some scrubs. I missed that.
The well, the type of gang, I mean, when your group gets a gang, when
Mhm.
your crew does, you get to decide what type of gang it is. And so I think that was actually something that came up in the crew creation. I think you might have even had a choice between adepts and gangs. Or
Okay, so we have acolytes. We
yeah.
have like cult acolytes, essentially followers of this dark cult. So the cult acolytes are in on the cult. It's just now that there's a thing that we do with the cult where it is actually potentially a more religious. Who in this city would believe that there's a passage or a transcendence to the afterlife beyond? It's so baked in that.
Well, maybe a protection from that you offer, and when they come to get protected, you find that it's the quite opposite. They're hopeful that they are protected, and yet we offer no protection. In fact, the opposite.
Now a little insurance policy that we can get there before the soulmongers. Right? Better to have your soul maybe trapped for held on to for safekeeping to so as such a time as it might be advantageous than to have it obliterated, right?
You might
See?
even be able to come back as some sort of vampire or Hull. Remember, the Hull is the mechanical automaton that's possessed by a spirit, and a vampire is it's when somebody possesses another person and pretty much just takes over them, and they need to feed on other things in order to. So it's what happens to a ghost after it's been wandering around a while. So if it possesses an automaton, it becomes a hull. If it possesses a person and stays there pretty much permanently, then they become a vampire.
So reincarnation scam. Then you pick your afterlife, and for a fee we can acquire said vessel.
See, I knew you had the solution.
It's an inspired idea, Black. It's an inspired idea. I've come around on this.
Gideon's already sketched it out. It's a detailed piece of paper.
But what to the journal? We have a few parties that we've discovered would be interested in its acquisition. I would hate to venture out into the Deathlands and lose the thread, having worked so hard to uncover it. And perhaps we could finance a journey of that kind with the kinds of coin we'll be able to scrape for that book.
There you go. Let me see. Yep.
I suppose it could wait a little bit longer.
Yeah. Well, something like what Black is suggesting, there's some work that needs to be done to kind of get the ground going. So that sounds like some long-term projects that he can start, and you all can kind of work on, and what exactly you would be working on. That'll kind of determine how many ticks are on the different clocks.
Yeah, the buyer for the book is what we can really do right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. Yeah, so the other thread that's out there that you might get to a different day or maybe later today, depending on how quickly things go, would be the trying to find an ancient gate, a nice safe way to get in and out of the Deathlands. And probably the best place to do that would be, where are you guys? On that map on the tabletop right there, kind of in the bottom left corner. That's like fields and fields of mushroom farms and stuff like that. Yeah, there you go. And this is the prison right there. So it's kind of a nice little area that you might be able to slip out into outside the perimeter. Okay. Cool. Well, the Leviathans, if you're looking at that same map, are in kind of located in the docks up there, a different region. Let me show you what it looks like. I was having some issues. My map kept being weird whenever I'd like roll around the page, but there's the map. And so there's so many different warehouses and things like that. But so the Leviathan hunters kind of operate all over the docks here. So everything along the port road, wharf road, there are different ships you can see docked in there. So the three that are currently in port right now, who might be interested, are the three that I mentioned: Strangford, Clave, and Kayet. All right, sorry about that. So there it is. Let me fill you in on some other exciting places down in this area. Since you've been doing some research, you kind of located interesting landmarks to mention. Over here, you have Saltfords, which is kind of a big squat stone building. It's a bank. It caught your attention because it's a bank. And you're like, oh, that's kind of cool. And in fact, the time that one of you was down there and you were looking at the bank, you actually saw someone hanging from a lamppost out in front of the bank. And robberies will be dealt with accordingly. So that was there. This looks like a big group, but it looks like they're kind of an independent group, the North Hook Company, kind of independent of the Leviathan hunters. You put a few feelers out there and they didn't seem super interested but they're there. Ink Lane, which is, if you want a really interesting tattoo, Ink Lane is the place to go. And there's all sorts of interesting shady characters to be found there. Now this is the docks, very much what you would expect the docks to look like. A lot of big, strong sailors coming in, lots of different,
Say fish guts.
a lot of fish guts apparently. My son is letting me know.
It's good. It's good atmosphere, Nathaniel.
Yeah, he's working on it.
Dad, can I play video games?
So yeah, I'll read the description here. Small and medium steamships are docked close, dwarfed by the Titanic Leviathan hunter ships farther out. So you can see the different size ships there. Throngs of sailors and dockers doing their work, singing work songs, heavy cargo rumbling away on wagons, shouts and breaking glass from brawls spilling out of a tavern. There are all these things going on. So it's very much what you would expect the docks to be like. Quite a bit different from Night Market, which is a pretty reputable and commercial area. Let me see, anything else worth mentioning? Where is that? The menagerie. This area down there. It's basically a zoo full of all sorts of weird, interesting critters. It's kind of a little fenced off muddy field. Imagine a zoo run by, Tiger King. It's kind of what it is. And there's a fellow there named Captain Rye who operates the place, and it's just about any weird things that get picked up on the various voyages. They just bring it back and shove it in the menagerie. So if you guys ever want to go investigate, not really important for today, but
Or
there.
when we're out in the test lands, if we catch something, we
That's
can maybe sell it.
also a very good place for a lack of hope.
I'll be right
It
back.
would be there. Ozman has made me think much more on this idea. I'm quite thrilled. This will take some time though, because I think I'll need to practice a ritual to do this. Some sort of seance to achieve our goal. So I will need some time before I'll be able to suck the soul out of someone.
What, you want to race? You want to see you can do it first? Because I bet you I can build a box.
Oh, I know you can. I just want to make sure I get this right. I don't want to accidentally suck all our souls.
Wait, are
So-
we betting?
I wouldn't worry about that, Mr. Black.
No, I don't have your character sheet. Is that one of your eventual special abilities?
Ritual is one, and I think that would be a great ritual to learn. You kind of make one up, pretty much.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I'll say the thing that you are asking for is something that Gideon has maybe already spent some time thinking about and maybe developing a little bit.
Ooh,
There you go.
see, a cult that works together stays together.
Cult that slays together stays together.
Right, Rusty?
That's what I've always said. It's a motto I live by.
I feel like I'm really good at being evil. I don't like it, but I do. I do like it.
We all spend so much time playing heroes, and
Lean in.
yeah. What
I mean,
the
the
game
last
is all
couple
about.
of Strahd nights, Paul's really been leading in.
Mm.
He's not the only one.
So, do you want to head on down to the docks? What is the plan to try and secure this sale, and what are you thinking?
Well, I noticed that there is a Strangford Quay, so that tells me who the big player here is, or the biggest player here is in the Leviathan market.
Oh, yeah, you found it before I did. Where's?
Kind of the middle, straight north.
Yep, there you go. Yeah, so that's gonna be their boat.
So the question then is, who has deeper pockets / more desire to take Strangford's business and move in on Strangford's territory? Is it Clave or Ankayat?
Let me see.
Well, the other thing we were thinking about was which of the three, if we send their best ship out to be destroyed, will cause the most damage to.
And destroy hope for the city by long-term draining the.
Yes.
Oh, that's true, because it's not actually going to.
Because
Work.
wherever whoever gets it, we're sending them off to death and destruction, as per our usual.
An old-fashioned auction wouldn't be so bad either.
The highest bidder.
Build
You'd have
up
to
a
talk
lot
to
of
all
hope.
three, get them interested, let them know to meet us at Salford's even. They know that we could be above board. We're merchants, not brigands.
There you go. All right, so this is starting to sound like we're putting together a score. Let's see. Move around here. So this looks like it might be another social or deception. Which one does it seem more like?
It's a social deception.
I mean, the deception's kind of already done in a sense.
Well,
Yeah.
you gotta do some talking to kind of BS your way through this whole thing. So
I would say
think
it's a deception on multiple levels. It's a pretty
Yeah.
multi-tiered deception.
yeah.
If
that
it
sounds
comes down to the game mechanics of what skill set or how we're approaching it, then I guess social for how we're going to have to interact from here forward.
Mm-hmm.
But conceptually, I don't know. I really don't
Yeah.
know.
Well, it doesn't matter a whole lot. I mean, it's a score. This is what you're doing. But they describe a deception as to lure, trick, or manipulate, and
All right.
social as to negotiate, bargain, or persuade. So
Bingo.
6 of 1, half a dozen is sounds like
What's the
bargaining.
social then?
No, the social is the negotiate, bargain, or persuade.
Oh, wait, then what was Oh, those were two there?
Those are two different ones. Yeah.
Oh.
Lure, trick, or manipulate is the deception one. Negotiate, bargain, or persuade is the social one. So
I
it
guess
sounds,
social. We'll go social.
yeah.
A little bit more social.
Yep.
You could argue either way, but
Yeah. What it actually is going to matter doesn't really matter. So let's see, any special rules for the docs I need to know
We
about?
just like getting hung up on stuff, though. That's all.
Yeah.
It's hard for you to go just one way.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. We're gonna make an engagement roll. The big thing is gonna be the point of contact. You kind of figured that out. You want to go arrange a meeting at the bank. So let's see. Is it bold or daring? Is it
Yeah.
over
Pretty bold.
I think so.
pretty bold? Yeah, reaching out to the three most powerful individuals. All right, so
Pretty bold.
I'll give you a die for that, but would you say that it is overly complex or contingent on many factors?
I don't know if it's overly complex. I mean, what the stuff we did before was.
Yeah.
It is
But we did it
contingent.
really, really well. Like, I guess
Yeah.
the only many factors I could think of is whether or not any of them know about the area or whatever already,
Mm-hmm.
right? Or have their own copy of it. So there could always be something unforeseen, but I don't think it's not a Rube Goldberg machine.
There you go.
I mean, and it's not. We're not directly reaching out to them, right? So it's contingent upon whether or not they get there or they come.
That's
to the
true too.
auction.
And they
Well-
want to.
Well, you're planning I'm assuming that you're scheduling a meeting is what you're doing. I mean, so. Okay, so not overly complex. You're just meeting to try and get them to buy something. Does the plans detail expose a vulnerability to hit them where they're weakest? Not especially. Do you have any friends or contacts that can provide aid? Anybody that can, I don't know, I'll let you decide how somebody could provide aid, if possible.
I'm afraid I'm not that well connected here.
My friend turned against me last game. I'm gonna roll
Oh,
my
that's
bank
right.
now.
Well, and the trust has a couple people, but I'm not sure they'd necessarily help. An antiquarian and Master Vreen, was it the dog race
Owner
person?
of the
or
dog track.
Yeah.
Would we know the race have any enemies that would be helpful to us?
Would knowing the race?
Yeah, like any enemies the race would have, would they be willing to help somebody against the race as well? That's kind of like the way I'm going with that.
Possibly. One of them is Eruvian. Lady Ankayet is an Eruvian, so she comes from I think it's the continent to the south.
Mm. She's
Kind of
someone we're trying
described as supposed to be kind of Middle Asia or Southern Asia, kind of Indian, kind of an analog for that.
Mm. And we're trying to sell it to her already, though, so maybe not.
She's one of the ones, yeah.
Yeah, so, no.
Do we know from our information gathering anything about the like reputations about these characters?
I thought we did get a little bit.
I don't know. Let's see. How would you try to find out any more than I've already given you?
That's where my contact comes in. My blue coat, who works in the records room.
Okay.
You know, I would have him check police reports or arrest records, or reports filed by any of them too,
Okay.
for maybe stolen goods like a map book, just in case.
Okay. Then what kind of a role do you want to make for that?
Consort.
Okay. Go ahead and make a consort roll, and you can just leave everything alone.
Position risky.
Yeah, just keep those the same. That's fine.
Okay.
Those be the default.
That word risky always just makes me nervous. That's all that it is.
Right? It's supposed to. That's the default.
Oh, okay. That's good to know.
All right. So it's a success with a complication. All right. He looks in there and he finds out. I will tell you a little bit about their reputations and how they're perceived by others. Strangford is considered ruthless, arrogant, and tainted. Not even sure what tainted is supposed to mean. Tainted in some way. Lady Clave is daring, cruel, and accomplished. Those are her characteristics, so that's kind of how she's seen by others. And then Lady Ankayet is confident, charming, and a bit of a scoundrel. So you got that much from them. When looking for that, though, he also kept an eye out for missing map books and stuff like this. And it looks like there's been um, there was a map book reported missing, or it's being sought in evidence of a murder. And so your contact is like, do you have this map book?
Map book. I was just curious about, missing items in general. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Yeah, because this was um
When
yeah.
when was this murder?
It would have been a couple weeks before you guys had your first encounter with the wraiths up on that rooftop where you found it.
Who was murdered?
It was a captain named Christoph Savoy. He was the captain of the Storm Palace. It was a ship in the North Hook Company.
Hmm. Well, that's tragic. But
Yeah.
that's the city for you.
Absolutely. Well, if you hear of anything, you be sure to let us know, because that's a pretty big open case at this moment. That was a pretty prominent individual up in the docks.
He was a significant man.
Indeed. So,
Good to know. Not really an area I hang out, but we'll keep it in mind. Thanks, Jaren. I appreciate the help. We will, as always, let you know if we hear anything going on.
okay. All right. That was your complication.
Yep.
Yep. All right. So yeah, and if you want any more details, he gives you a little bit more, tells you about the ships. You were right, the Strangford Quay right there. That's the kind of the big ship out there. You're right. There are a few other, the ones at the end of the dock. Those are the big ones. So yeah, but as far as who's the leader or anything like that, it doesn't really work like that. They're more like a guild, I guess. Lord Strangford might be the top of the guild, but okay.
Well, guess we know why the other people wouldn't want to buy it.
Okay.
Like, why don't the independent Leviathan hunters want to buy it?
Well, yeah.
The their reputations would indicate that that Ankayat might be the one behind the murder, that had this fall into Wraith hands in the first place. Somebody trying to get one over on a secret hunting spot, like that's industrial espionage, like anything else. And all three of them could have stolen it, but scoundrel indicates maybe, willing to murder for it.
All right. I think we should jump right into it. Let's go ahead and make our engagement roll here.
Do we want to change our approach at all with this information? Do we want to approach one or the others first, or
Meet them all at the same time, or just one? That's kind of the only thing I need to know to get this thing rolling.
I would think with that information, all at the same time might be better. There could be pointing fingers at each other instead of at us.
it will be very revealing. All right.
Cool. Yeah. So I'm going to give you a +1 die for doing that for the contact, but I think it's just going to end up being a pretty straight roll, because there are other elements involved, mostly because they're a pretty big organization. So I think we're just going to roll a d6 and call it good.
He said call it good, so he said it's
Well,
good.
good for somebody. So you are in kind of a desperate position when the whole thing starts. First off, when you walk into Saltford's, you're like, this seems like a reasonable place. They'll reasonable institution. So, when you get there to your meeting, you realize that this private bank has numerous armed guards very conspicuously, and it doesn't seem like as maybe reputable as a place as you may have thought. It looks very clean from the outside, but the folks that are on the inside look a little bit heavily armed, and shifty would be the best. There are 2 new corpses since the last time one of you came down here and did some research. So there are 3 corpses hanging from the lampposts outside. And yeah, that's where things are. And
Would the other people even agree to meet us here?
Hey, you're in their territory right now.
That's true. Everybody, this is their bank.
Yeah. You walk in there and you're immediately greeted by kind of a short individual. Welcome into Saltford's. We've been expecting you. We've set up one of our conference rooms to handle your meeting. What a decent group you appear to be. Of course, for the privilege of using Saltford's right here, we would expect a 1 coin donation for a usage fee.
Absolutely, of course, and I pull out the money change or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I don't suppose you keep any sort of private conference rooms or anything like that.
Do we keep any private I mean, it's the conference room over there. That's what we were just saying.
Oh, okay, to the conference room.
Yeah.
I missed.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Let's get. I didn't hear it.
That's right.
Perfect. Yes, exactly. Thank you very much.
Give me a half second here.
Yeah, run, dude.
Okay. Yeah. You're the first ones there. And you find yourself sitting there waiting for probably at least 30 minutes. Okay. I'm going to have to stop something here. Give me a minute.
For sure. So this is a great plan, and then dice.
And then
So much
dice.
for our hopes.
Delightful.
When we go to these events, do we go in as a group or do we awkwardly spread out?
I would say it's situational. Where do you think? Where would you be in this situation?
I'd probably be in the back or in a corner somewhere, just watching, looking.
Would you be looking like you're the muscle?
With Serb, yeah, I look kind of sketchy, kind of scary looking. He's in his scary attire, not his fancy attire.
Okay.
Rusty might wait outside the conference room, standing next to the door, watching for whoever else they bring in, but ready to run in.
Seems like a good place to be.
Gideon
You
looks
don't want
pretty
him in there
respectable.
talking anyway.
No, you definitely don't. Gideon would go in with you. He's semi-respectable.
Hmm.
I'm a
And-
little
and-
sad there's no food.
Well, Gideon's the locksmith and the cover story and the and
Yeah.
the technical ones. So we need that expertise here in this pitch.
I feel like I kind of just lurk in the shadows a lot. So I'll like walk in with you guys and then be like, oh, go over there. And I start.
Mhm.
Sorry about that.
Mr. Black, how about you?
I would, I don't know, maybe be the one carrying the book to present to the winner or to show them what they're purchasing. I don't know, the hand model.
There you go.
Yes.
Where's the
Perfect.
original book?
We
the
destroyed it.
box.
It's in the box.
Okay. I couldn't remember what you did with it. So there is no hope of anybody getting the actual book anytime. No.
We are the death of hope.
So the box, just to kind of clarify fun points, is you put something in there. Is there something in there that actively destroys something, or is it more of a symbolic destruction?
Well,
that
it never
nobody-
seems to fill up.
Okay. There you go.
And somebody's like shaking it a little bit at some point. It probably doesn't sound like there's anything in there either.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like different stuff at different times. Sometimes you shake it, nothing. Sometimes coin.
Sometimes a scream.
Yeah, there's
Worse.
just a low moan.
Yeah.
All right.
We established Rusty is going to wait outside of the conference room, standing next to the door.
Okay. All right. Let's see who comes in here. We have Lady Clave is the one who arrives first. She has 2 members in her entourage. So it's just her and 2 others walk in, ready to. Pleasure to meet everybody. How is your travel here from Night Market?
Locked himself in his room.
Pleasant enough. And yourself?
Well, it's pretty close to my house, so this was a nice casual stroll. Sorry if I kept you waiting.
Not at all.
Not at all. Not at all. It was our request that you be here at all. Thank you for honoring us with your presence, my lady.
I was under the impression that you had an item for sale of some sort.
Yes. Of some sort, indeed. Something that I think would be invaluable
Mm-hmm.
to a woman of your industry. And, of course, to your competitors. Which is why we'll have to wait a few more moments at least before we unveil the merchandise.
All right. As you say that, Lady Ankayet walks in, and Lord Strangford, they walk in together. And there are about a half dozen more individuals. A couple of them wait outside with you, Rusty, outside the room. All right, what's all this bother then?
My lord and ladies, since you grace us with your presence in such short notice, I won't waste your time with too much ado. We have come into possession as payment for services in locksmithing by my good friend here. A book of charts, maps, and nautical recommendations, a pilot's manifest, if you will, charting the passage to, as far as we've been able to determine, an unutilized area of the Black Sea, rich in Leviathan blood waiting to be tapped. Mr. Black?
I'll bring it out. Open it. I'll walk it by each person so they have a chance to feel it, make sure it's real.
I have lots of books. What makes this one so special? I don't even know what you're showing me here. Looks like a waste of my time.
Well, it may very well be a waste of your time, Lord Stringford. And I mean, no offense to your lady colleagues here. I don't want to do the word. Your co-guilds women. It may be of great interest to them if it should open up markets to them that would make them, say, competitive or even more wealthy than yourself. And if it should be of such interest to them, then I would imagine it would be of interest to you.
I don't know. What do you two think? It's an interesting book. Can I get a closer look at it?
I'll bring it closer.
Where did you say you came by this again?
It was bartered as payment for services in locksmithing, repairs on a vault door.
Better not say more than that.
So they paid you with a book. Interesting.
Well,
I'm partial to information, and I like to help my clients.
I as well spent many hours studying this book, and I assure you the validity of this is 100%.
Very well. Um, all right. It could be nothing. It might be interesting. Lady Clive kind of takes over the conversation a little bit. I might be willing to go as far as 2 coin for that book. Check it out.
With all due respect, Lady Clave, 2 coin would barely, I think, recoup my Mr. Vorsky's expenses for the repairs that got him the book in the first place. I think we're aware of the value of the book and what it could mean to somebody who has access to a fleet such as yours. We came to the 3 of you and not to the not to the North Hook Company, simply out of respect and a mutual understanding of where the power in this district lies.
Lady Ankayat speaks up at this point. Oh, seriously, we're insulting these fine people. Come on now. Let's
I knew I liked her.
yeah. We may want to it's the speculation involved in an item such as this is perhaps there can be some sort of an arrangement if the hunting grounds prove to be as fertile as you say they are, then we might be able to all make quite a tidy sum. So perhaps some sort of a percentage of any of the gains from this might be a better way to go.
Merchants we may style ourselves to be from times to time. Tradesmen is what we are at the core. Investors, I think not so much.
All right. You've given us quite a bit to think about. May we handle the book here at this table? Not any
Of course.
further than this.
Of course.
Okay. The three of them start flipping through the pages, and they're all kind of huddled around Strangford, kind of in the middle, just kind of turning the pages. Let us get back to you. Can we meet here again tomorrow at this time?
We are at your whims.
Very well. We'll be on our way for now. Here's your fine book. Hands it back to you very carefully. And let's meet at the same time tomorrow. And there it is. They stand up without any more comment, and all three walk out together. They move rather quickly past you, Rusty, and give you a strange side-eyed look. Kind of
Goodbye.
creepy. Yep.
All right. Well, as we go to make our leave, we'll let the bank manager know that that the masters have requested that we continue the meeting tomorrow, and that I expect that our usage fees will be honored and respected in the following day as well.
Oh, of course. Working with the guild that you are, I think that is perfectly reasonable. I think I was misunderstood, and I didn't understand that it was Lord Strangford and Lady Clave and Lady Ankayat who were going to be here. So please humbly, he gives you your coin back.
No. A fee is a fee, and you are an honest merchant running a financial establishment. Consider it a deposit on a new account.
Yeah.
And I'll walk over to like the front counter there, and I'll like just pen a name, an alias down on a piece of paper.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for future, down payment on future business.
Well, we are an honest establishment, he says, as the dangling feet are visible through the window out behind him. we offer a valuable service to our community, so thank you for your time here, and we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. There you go. So, anything you guys want to do before you meet tomorrow? Not really an official downtime, so to speak, but just kind of a.
Anybody else get the feeling this is a trap?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Big time. I wasn't expecting them to be so working as a coalition, but then again, why wouldn't we? Because that's what's going on in our neighborhood too, right? Is all the big dogs have to work together.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, they may not even be interested in the book.
Oh, they want the book. They just don't want to pay for it.
Maybe it might be more interested in how we actually got the book.
Well,
Mhm.
what would be a reasonable price we would think that we'd accept, I should say?
I don't know. In retrospect, I think 2 coin was not bad, and like was an offer probably worth taking in the moment for simplicity's sake. I'm not sure.
It was small. They
Yeah.
were. It was a very low offer.
Rusty has 2 coin, so
It
Fair.
is. If it's as valuable, well, the original one, the actual value of the original one probably would have been closer to like 10 coin.
Okay.
If it can do everything it says and be these fertile new hunting grounds, there is so much to be made, and so 10 coin is a much more reasonable offer. You think they were definitely lowballing you,
So,
almost insultingly so. So
I would say, as a precaution, I mean, maybe we bring something that, if it's not reasonable or things go south, something that destroys the book on sight. I mean, I think we should be prepared for the worst, and they seem to have something up their sleeve as well.
That's an interesting idea.
Yeah, this isn't Rusty speaking, but I like that idea.
Yours.
So just
Yeah.
something that would like have it burn up before their eyes, right in front of them.
That, or the Vena, would you like to speak more on what you're sign languaging me?
Sign language. Yes, I was thinking, we can either pay some people off to come to this meeting now that they've heard about what this meeting,
Let's go.
what the item is. I mean, word gets around, right? And so maybe we pay these people off to come to this meeting and, our followers could come. They didn't see me. I was off into the shadows and I could come and we could have people there, place them and bid. So that way they have to make an offer or they have to do something at that moment in time. Otherwise, it goes to somebody and it's somebody we know and easy enough. They give us back the book if they don't want it. We can find their true nature if they want it or not, or if they're just toying with us. It's just an idea. And maybe have some food next time.
Yeah, thinking about it, like that would be good. I would wonder. The only thing is we're off our turf, so like they're gonna know who all the Leviathan captains and like prospective Leviathan hunters are. So
Mm-hmm.
It would have to be a very small person, a very one-man ship crew, maybe. Somebody that's trying to be an upcomer. It couldn't be anything big or large. Wouldn't believe it.
just a wild card. We'd have to find an actual wild card upcoming captain that wants it.
Exactly.
We wouldn't have to pay somebody to get it. We'd just see if we can invite the other captains. We did offer it to them exclusively first,
And now, maybe even broader.
and a little bit more of a public spectacle might stay their hand from anything nefarious,
Yes, I like this idea.
even amongst their own district.
A representative from North Hook.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Force an invitation.
Well, Northhook knows what the book is,
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, so no.
or what the book is supposed to be, which is even worse.
And then maybe a security measure is the book just is destroyed. No one's the wiser.
Is that just something you can rig up,
Yep.
like as a backup?
Yep.
Just say the
See,
word.
Match knows how to burn books. I've seen it.
You tell me. I'll can make it happen.
All right, so Vina, Rusty, and I are gonna have to go track down all of the upcoming sea captains that might actually like the the low rent dudes that might be willing to sell it all on a long shot for at least 4 coin.
Yep.
So
The
Someone independent of,
contractors
yeah.
who want their own windfall.
Okay. Let me see.
don't have long, but we need to figure out like where we can find the more independent. I mean, that's the Northwind.
Okay.
folk, but
So tell me. So these are going to come down to skill rolls to see what you want to do. So who wants to go first and tell me what you're doing?
Vina, hunting down or looking for a particular type of person, is that something you have any specialty in?
Hunting, like specific hunting. Yeah, I'm very skilled in hunting.
Mm-hmm.
You guys all froze on my screen, so hopefully you guys can hear me still.
Yeah.
You just have to refresh.
Oh, gather information about it, right? No,
Gather
about its
information.
location and movements. It says so. That's like straight hunting.
Particular target, I guess.
Survey location or situation to.
Gather information about opportunities or exploits.
I do have a dot in survey.
Okay.
So do I. So Rusty will definitely help.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Help.
How does
You
that work?
know, Rusty. You know, a good idea might be, you know, going to the tavern as well and just spreading the word about this book around. You know, just letting
Too
people.
public, I
Too
think.
public, you think?
Yeah, the value of something like this is in that it's almost a secret.
We'll hit the tavern tonight anyway, though. Just not with the book.
Just for fun.
New
Alright.
tavern, new place, new tavern. We have like a punch card. We have to go to all the taverns.
Another one to get
The
kicked out
desk wall
of.
crawl.
Uh,
So, who like where are we going? Like by the docks, but away from
Well,
where's?
the docks are all over the place. So like we said, there's some bigger ships. There are some smaller ships. A lot of them do other things like cargo hauling and even some fishing. But there are probably like this one right here. This is going to be kind of like an up and coming person, kind of the person that you were describing. In fact, let's see who that is. We'll call that Captain Frostgrip. Not exactly from the noble families. That's not his given name, you know.
Oh, it's not.
No,
He's not a relative of a dwarf, was he?
no. Yeah, so there you go. That's someone who I don't know if you want to, I would say some sort of a role for however many people you could find to come to a meeting like this. I don't know how many you're really looking for, but what kind of role do you think that would be? You were saying survey?
Yeah, call it a survey roll.
Okay. I'm gonna let's keep the position risky just because of the urgency involved in what we're doing right now, because you gotta do this before tomorrow's meeting. And the effect can be standard. So that's where trying to pick the right skill kind of affects the effect. Like if you'd picked hunt, yeah, you could probably argue that hunt would make sense if you really wanted to, but it might have a limited effect, is kind of how that mechanic is supposed to play out.
Can I
So-
assist?
Yes, so I'm trying to remember exactly how assisting works. You get 1 or 2 stress for the
I do not.
privilege. Oh, okay, then yeah, you can definitely assist.
Rusty, are you rolling or am I rolling?
Let's have you roll.
There you go.
Dang it. Okay.
Your idea, you need to back it up.
So
Risky. Standard.
standard, and then there should be, you get to add a die for, yep.
Oh yeah.
All right. All right. I'm okay with that.
All right. You're actually able to find 3 similar captains who up and comers. Honestly, though, they probably wouldn't be able to afford 10 coin or close to that to pay for something like this, especially
Maybe together.
freelance. Maybe together, yeah. But that is a full normal success right there. So
Great.
yeah. And they agree to meet. They're like, yes, I'm very interested in things that'll improve my business. What about you, Matt? You rigging that device? What's that going to look like?
I am. So I have this stuff called fire oil, which erupts in flame on contact with air. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to very carefully take some of that and I'm going to put it into a very small, very delicate glass vial. And when when we get in there, I'll hold the book and I'll put it inside the book, and if something goes wrong, we smash that bad boy, and then up it goes.
All right. What kind of role would that be for you?
Tinker.
There you go. I would say keep it risky because that could be bad.
I mean, yeah,
Yeah,
everything I do could be bad.
it
but-
could be, but it's not. You got it just about the right size, so it kind of sits in there, but it doesn't like pook up the pages too much, so you can. Yep.
Careful while you hold that, Joseph.
Oh, I'll hold on to that.
Yes.
Just you let me hold on to that one.
Yes. I displayed it enough. There should be no need for them to look at the book again.
Right.
I would like to talk to my friend Grace.
Grace.
Grace is an extortionist by trade, and I would like to see if she knows anyone that works at the bank that could just make sure that the whole environment is a little more friendly for us.
Okay. Mm,
Just in case things turn weird.
Okay. What kind
And
of
to
a role
make
would
sure
that be?
and to make sure that they are not, paying someone else as well.
Mm-hmm. Hold on a second. All right. Sorry. What kind of role do you want to do for that one?
Grace and I would like to sway the bank employees.
Okay. So are you just pumping Grace for information, or are you going with Grace to do some swaying?
I would go with Grace.
Okay.
She's not very scary looking.
Okay. I'm going to put this. Let's up the position on this one. Beyond risky. What's
I will accept some help.
desperate?
If anyone else has any ideas.
Was that a desperate position? Yep. But I'll let you keep the effects standard. And if this works, you just made a desperate roll, and that gives you more bonus and XP and stuff. But if it doesn't work out,
Do we want some assistance on
I
this,
was gonna
Rusty?
say, I can assist.
Yeah.
so are you? How
I'll
would
give
you
it. I'll give it
assist?
to you, Rusty. I still have one more freebie.
How would you do the assist? What would that look like?
Well, I've greased the wheels a little bit at the bank, so I guess if we're returning back there, I'm already kind of a friendly face to the manager, and so if Grace needs to speak to a contact, behind the front door or something, maybe that gets us a little bit of access.
Okay.
Like I spent a coin on it. That's how I can. That's how I can help.
you go ahead. So give yourself an extra die for that. All right. You managed to find one of the tellers, one of the lowly individuals who you get some information. You know that this is the regular bank of the Strangfords and Lady Clave, and it's where the Leviathan hunters do all their banking. And so a lot of their profits end up in here. So they have a vested interest in keeping them happy. And you do find out that Lady Ankayet came back later that evening and met with the bank manager afterwards. And exactly what you found out, what they did, you don't know, but that's, yep.
I would pass that information off to the group. Lady Uncat is up to no good.
I've heard she's kind of a scoundrel.
So are we. So whose plot is better? That's the question here. That's the gamble. Um, perhaps there's an appeal to be made to Ankiat in the morning, early, before she has too much time to react or change her plans so much, just to, I would say, to communicate that we understand each other better than some of the others might understand us in the situation, give her an opportunity to make an offer here individually, and sort of sweep away the rest of the thing, and let her know that there's going to be other neutral parties and members of the community there and invested today.
Other interests.
Yeah.
Mhm.
What do you think? Is it
Sure.
worth
What are we hoping? What are we
the
hoping
gamble?
for from that? Just
Either that
for
she'll
her
understand.
to not screw us over.
Yeah, either that she'll understand that whatever like her plan is to screw us over is going to be riskier than she entailed, and potentially to also have a quiet opportunity to screw over, her companions,
Sure.
right? For a fair price.
The good old, we see how you might double cross us. Why don't you double cross them instead?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're gonna send someone to make contact, or what would that look like?
I'll go try. I'll just approach her directly,
Okay.
wherever her home is, essentially, to wherever she can be found.
Yeah, you would have figured that out with all of
Yeah.
your research ahead of time. Okay.
At
Uh,
9
sh-
a.m.
um,
I would ask, and actually, Matt, I want you to earmuffs for a second.
you might.
Yeah. What's the bottom? What's the lowest I'll take for the book if she makes me an offer?
10.
10 lowest, not like even like 8.
I guess we could go 8. I think we should go for 10. You kidding me?
Anybody else?
Rusty's like 3.
Going once? Going twice?
Gideon said 10.
Oh
Yeah,
boy,
Gideon's a lot smarter than I am.
I might disappoint y'all. Do you think the bidding war might go up from there?
No.
I do. I do think it might.
I
I
just
mean,
want.
if you can sell this well enough, I think it might. It's really on you. Girl,
Crap,
no
I've
pressure.
already spent my no stress assist. Okay, well, I can't assist myself. All right. Thanks, Matt.
You're welcome. Alrighty. So you just go over there. She actually has sort of offices close to the old Hunter Quay up here,
Okay.
and kind of just off the docks. That's her ship there, and so how good of you to come see me. Welcome.
Did you bring anybody with you, Scroll?
Not necessarily. I think alone and nothing on me. Very much a messenger role.
We haven't talked. I forgot one of the key details when we started our score. What load are you guys working with?
Light, I'm
Light.
sure.
Well,
Yeah.
okay.
Light. Yep.
Okay, just in case that becomes an issue. Um,
I already marked it.
your meeting yesterday was very interesting. What brings you here this morning? We're scheduled to meet this afternoon.
Were and still are, of course. And in all fairness, should let you know, we've inquired around the neighborhood when you and your partners didn't show, an immediate appetite. We thought it might be in our best interest to seek other interested parties along the wharf. So we'll have a few more attendees who may be interested in bidding on the map book. Not that I think they would offer you any competition, but it's the other meeting at the bank yesterday that actually brings me in here to address you specifically, madam.
Oh yes.
Um, I've garnered a sense. I've developed a sense rather quickly, and I guess I tend to have a gift, you could call it, for sensing these things about people, that you and I may have an understanding about each other that some of the others in our circles don't necessarily always equate with. So that said, in all due respect and understanding, I wanted to approach you and let you know of the position that we were in and the position that we're going into today. Give you an opportunity, perhaps, uh, to reevaluate within that framework.
Well, let me tell you some of the information that I've found out recently. You are all small time. Merchants, locksmiths, that's fine. Operating a sports book at a dog race. Good to know. Your blind trust, I don't know what your real motives are, but I have a feeling you're all in over your heads at this point, and you don't quite know who you're dealing with. So that being said, I'm willing to offer you 8 coin right now to give me the book, and we will cancel the meeting this afternoon. Or we can go into Saltford's together and see how things go.
Madam, do you have the coin on hand?
Do you have the book on hand?
Alas, I did not want to take such a risk,
Very well.
but I can have it within moments. And I do think that I understand exactly what level of water I am swimming in, after all.
Well, this is my office, and I guarantee you I absolutely have the coin on hand. You can take my word on that one. And kind of gestures to a back room behind her.
Would you like to send a representative with me to collect?
Nope. Let's just get back here before the meeting is scheduled to start, and we can conduct our business, and that will be the end of it.
I thank you for your time and for your hospitality in this district. As you already know, we are from a different corner of town. I hope that we can find opportunities to cooperate again in the future.
Indeed.
And I'm out. And I'm running. Sorry, Gideon. That was the magic number I wanted to hear. Nobody else said anything.
First offer,
Remember-
first offer, motherfucker. First offer.
First offer
you
was
never
2.
take the first offer.
The first offer was 2.
The real offer. We all knew the 2 was nothing. The 2 was to see if we were serious, if we knew what the value of the book was. This was the first offer.
Yeah, you don't understand. It's 8 coin plus the awareness that we are in over our head. They have us they know exactly who we are. And if we, oh man, we're already gonna fuck them over. Actually, this is gonna come
Yeah,
back and
if
bite us
she knows
big.
exactly who we are, is she the one we want to take 8 coin from, or do we want to fuck over somebody else?
Remember, you can whisper to us from anywhere. We
Yes.
can essentially speak across the city. So, like, as you leave,
All right. Well, here's the thing. If I come back, then the deal's on. If I don't come back, then we'll see her at the auction. So, and that's kind of how things were communicated there. So, yes, I will leave. I guess hastily walking, and be like, yeah, Lady Ankiat has offered us 8 coin for the book, and she knows exactly who we are and is even aware of our move in on the dog track. What was that? Yesterday? So
A couple days ago, you've had
I
some
would be worried.
downtime between now and then. So
I'll be right back.
I think we can get more for it. I think we can get more for it. And I think if she's that well connected, if she's that aware, she shouldn't be the one.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting some kind of weird vibes from her.
yeah, when
That
she, if we sell her the book, when she gets burned, we're in trouble.
She knows exactly where to turn. Exactly.
Mhm.
Yes.
I say we give
Yes.
it to Lady Clave, maybe. She's
Well,
less of
if-
a risk.
I mean, depends who's offering what.
Again, if we don't get what we want, we always have the option to burn it.
You say that, and I'm very happy to do that. But also, I did put a lot of work into this book, and I enjoy burning things. I don't usually burn things that I've spent a lot of time on. It's a little there's a little cognitive dissonance happening with that I don't love.
Match
I-
likes to burn other people's things.
I like to burn other people's books. If
I-
if you could give me somebody else's book to burn, that would be great.
I do understand that, and that might be one of the small sacrifices that might need to be made here. But look at all these faces that we're gonna have here, all wanting, all hoping, change their lives. Just the thought of them being able to achieve that will just also be quite satisfying.
what are all
To
of
see
you
them
hoping
all.
is going to happen?
That's a loaded question. My hopes are so conflicted. I'm hoping to not have to burn the book. On the other hand, I really like setting fires. You know, I think I'm kind of hoping that I have to burn the book. And with that, I too am gonna go make a coffee. That's a good idea.
I'll
My
take a
hope
little.
is to be more caffeinated.
I
See y'all
hope
in 5.
it sells.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna go out. Their ships
Oh, I see. I sparked a diaspora, huh?
Just for coffee.
Yeah, I've been up
Nice.
since 4, so I was desperate.
Oh, coffee break? Coffee time?
Yep.
Yeah, I got called away on a bedtime watch. Lauren had to run to Target, so got
Ah.
one ear on the door.
I took a 90-minute nap this afternoon.
I could have and wanted to. They didn't let me.
Yep.
That's nice. And that's that. Yeah, I've never been a naps guy. I don't nap. Sleeping to me is like, that's time I could be spent like absorbing content of some kind. But that's the age catching up on you after like a long week. And you're like, you know what? Sounds nice. Closing my eyes.
Well, and I knew I wanted to, we were playing tonight, so it's like
Got to be fresh.
I'll sacrifice for the nap because all I'd be doing is spending time hollering at the kids to do their homework anyway. So I can sleep through that. Do your homework. I've done my due diligence, then I sleep for 90 minutes. So maybe the homework gets done. Maybe it doesn't.
Would it be that different if you were awake? Right, more headache for you. Probably 10% more work completion.
All right. So I asked a nice loaded question when some of you weren't necessarily right there to hear it. What are your hopes for this meeting?
My hopes? Are we going through with the meeting? My hopes are that we could just sell this book to her for 8 coin and get out of Dodge. And if they lose a ship, be like, hey, I'm sorry, you're incompetent sailors. I don't know what to tell you.
She seems smart enough that she's gonna come right for us if something goes that badly wrong.
This is true.
That's the other part of her pointing out exactly who we are, is that it's also that if this doesn't go right, coming for you.
So where does that put us? We overplotted ourselves into a corner.
No, we just go through with the auction. You get those 10 coins.
You're gonna get the danger, at least get the coin to go with it. That's
All right. In for a penny, in for 10 coin.
We are attempting to pull off a big guild job as little people, and so it's probably gonna come back to bite us. We might as well get as much as we can in the short term.
these are not the wraiths. That's for damn sure.
I'll tell you what, I don't know how long the fleets are usually out there when they're on a Leviathan hunting like mission, but we wait exactly that long before we start our little journey out into the Dusklands
And move the vault first.
Yeah, relocating might be wise. That's gonna cost some money.
My workshop.
I feel fine.
No, you
We
just
can
got to
keep
get
the
some more
workshop.
Yeah, you'll
you
just
can
have
keep the
to
workshop. Just move the box,
Move the
just
whole-
in case.
Just the box.
Yeah.
You could move it to old Wraith territory, but that doesn't feel very safe.
Oh.
But all this, all of that.
You have
That's cool.
opportunities to try and expand your turf. Not even necessarily a night market. You can expand to other territories.
We take the bank today.
Rusty, change of plans.
We're taking Saltford's.
There'll be 5 new pairs of boots dangling out there tonight.
Okay. So Scrawl, you get back to your group. You catch a carriage or something like that. And make your way across town and fill them in on everything that's going on. What are you guys gonna do?
Think we should go through with the auction.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I kind of second that. This lady, how do you say her name? Unkayat?
Sure.
Okay,
That's
yeah.
fine.
She's sketchy.
Yep.
Then we're just
They're
going to
all
the meeting
sketchy.
as planned.
I promise there won't be anyone at the meeting who isn't sketchy. So
Yeah, for us to call her sketchy.
Yeah, I'd say it's something.
Yeah, pot kettle.
I did want to go separately from the group because last time I don't know if you heard Paul. You might want to mute yourself. I think I can hear myself double. They probably can too. But in the last auction I was like in the shadows, so I didn't know if they saw me. So this one I don't think they know that I'm part of the group, so I will go in separate from them. So it looks like I'm also part of the crowd, so I can
okay,
auction as well if needed.
sure. A couple of mechanics. Remember, we have the flashback mechanic that we haven't touched on, where if you're like, oh, by the way, I have such and such. Also, whatever your gear is that you have with you right now. I'm going to say the book doesn't take up one of your slots, so
Thanks for
probably
that.
should, but we'll say it won't. That's fine. And also the different ways to help each other out to like assisting a teammate. You can resist complications. So if things don't go well, you can, I don't want that bad thing to happen to me. And there are ways to resist that as well. That would be the, you can pretty much you describe how you're going to do it and you make a skill roll. And the power of your skill roll, that helps determine how much stress you get as a result of resisting the consequence. You can lower the consequence. That's going to be a mortal wound. Nah, it's not going to be a mortal wound. You know, that kind of thing. Not that anybody's going to get mortally wounded here, but I just want to make sure we remind ourselves how the mechanics work before we go any further. And anything else, we'll just fake it as we go along. So, you guys go to the meeting. Venus shows up a little bit later, separate from everybody else, but the other four are there. Who's in the room? Rusty, you gonna stand outside? Or are you going in?
Yeah, I've been established as the front guard, so I will stand just outside the meeting room again.
Okay. Everybody seems to bring their person to stand outside the door, so it starts to get a little crowded out there with you. But a few different, pretty much looks like probably the biggest, burliest guy on the ship. Each one kind of picks their biggest muscle. Yeah. All right. So the meeting's happening. You have the 3 captains from yesterday. You have 3 people.
If it's at all
including-
possible, when the big 3 arrive, if I'm able to sort of greet them, in turn as they enter, and
Mhm.
when Ankiat comes through, just kind of give her a look and just be like, you understand working in a partnership. Sometimes one man's opinion, is outweighed.
Oh.
All right.
Yeah, so don't kill
Disappointing.
me, kill the rest of them.
It was disappointing. That's all she says, and goes and has a seat. All right. I need you to go. Love you. Go.
Yeah, I need you to go.
Okay. So it's your meeting.
Thank you once again, lords and ladies. I'll address the other the lowly captains with the lords along.
Captain Frostgrip chuckles at being called a lord. That's rich.
Well, it is you whom we are offering to make rich this very day, as all of you are responsible for the very safety and beating pulse of the city. You have a great responsibility and challenge between you all. And so an item like we have come in possession of, as such as this pilot's map, is of benefit to everyone. But of most benefit, of course, to the company in its sole possession.
So, is this some sort of a map? Frostgrip talking now. That
Yeah,
sounds exciting.
Yeah. And we'll display it, right,
Mhm.
for the new ones that hadn't seen it. As we mentioned, but alluded to rather, this map book contains charts leading to untapped resources of Leviathan blood through perilous straits that need some measure of experienced guidance. The only one of its kind, as far as we are aware.
Looks amazing. I can't believe it. So you spent all day yesterday dealing with Strangford, Clave, and Kayat, who are giving amazing poker faces and were doing everything they could not to let you know. Captain Frostgrip has no such thing. Similarly, the other two captains, who shall remain nameless, have their eyes are getting a little bit wide and kind of impressed. But my goodness, you understand what I could do with this? That what a difference that would mean for me and my business. That's incredible. I'd be able to compete with the big boys. And he smacks Strangford on the shoulder. He's like, these guys right here. My goodness, I'm so excited. I could give you a 6 coin for it right now.
And it, if you're the only one so excited, then we may very well have a deal. We are going to begin the bidding at 6 coin. And I should see no other time than the present. The book can go to whomever feels that it has the most value, or individually or collectively can find the deepest pockets to provide value. Is there anyone willing to pay 7?
And Kayat. Oh, you do? You raise your hand?
No, she was gonna go. You go first.
Your hand shot up before I said anything. So your hand shoots up one of the other nameless captains who happens to be there. Whoever that person may be. Hand goes up, 7 coin.
Oh well, we were tied at 7. Can we move it to 8? I'll give a look to Ankayat at 8 with an eyebrow.
She's giving you piercing eyes right now and is very
It's fair.
obviously not raising her hand at the moment.
Feel totally castrated. That's fair.
But Strangford does. Yeah.
8 coin bid by my lord Strangford. Thank you, my lord. 9. Is there a captain so willing to think it worth 9?
Frostgrip leans over to you, Vina, and is like, "Hey, we could go in this together, partners. What do you say? We could do this to get 10 coin. You and I. Let's do this."
Do you have enough coin, sir? I don't know you. 10 coin?
I got my 6 coin right here. If
Okay.
you have 4 coin, that'll be, what does that make that? 60-40 partnership. See, I'm good with numbers.
Good job. Yes. Okay. Yeah, let's do it. Deal.
10 coin.
10 coin to the
with
newly formed Whalers Coalition.
This is amazing. I'm so excited about this. The opportunities, the possibilities. I can't imagine anything greater. Just totally wearing it all out there. Honestly, it's quite delightful, almost infectious. If it weren't for the fact you were trying to totally swindle them,
And I'm like sweating
Might-
right now, like beads of sweat.
Ankayat looks over at you, Captain Vina, and just gives kind of a knowing smile that kind of freaks you out a little bit.
Yeah, she gives me the creeps.
Yep.
Even Serb is like hiding behind me.
What is it? Rusty's typing.
We can talk in our minds, right? At any point.
Not quite. We have like a whisper ability that we can use.
And you have to take a stress to do it.
Mm.
Okay. Strangford finally sits up and says, "We'll do 12 coin. Final offer." And
12 coin from the reigning masters. A fair bid, my
Strangford's
lord. A fair bid.
Frost Grips just suddenly sinks and isn't talking anymore and looks very crestfallen.
I dare say the up and coming hunters will have to be satisfied with your leavings, my lord. Unless unless they wish to make a new bid to form a coalition.
I think I'm reaching myself a bit further than my means at the moment. Don't know about you, Captain Vina. Captain whatever name yours is.
Yeah, he doesn't know my name. It was a good try. We knew we would be outbidded by these three.
Ah, I tip my cap to you, Lord Strangford. Strangford's person who's behind him steps forward and has looks like a little box right here. And you open it up and it's filled with coins. The effect of 12 coins and 12 coin in game purposes.
He came knowing exactly what he was willing to pay.
Yep. The book,
And
please.
that's fair trade. Of course, my lord.
While they're like all looking at the coins and while the auction is happening, I will have slipped the small thing of fire oil out of the book and put it back in my bandolier so that it won't go up in flames when I hand it over.
Let's see if anybody notices.
Let's not. Do you want me to make a roll for that?
Just to see if somebody notices you slipping it out of there.
Just a d6?
You pick a skill. What skill do you think that sounds like?
Maybe we could call it tinkering again. I'm undoing the thing that I did, but or we could call it finesse, or
You make the case either way. You get to choose.
yeah, let's call it finesse. Finesse an item from subtle misdirection or sleight of hand. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Anybody want to help me with
I
this?
don't know how. I don't know how.
A distraction.
Okay, I'll assist. And then Vino will be like, "Here to Lord Strangford." And then I nudge Captain Frostgrip. I'm like, "Here."
All right. So I believe that's one stress, right, for helping, or what is that? That's
Yeah. One.
Mm-hmm. One stress.
One stress for helping out, but you get a bonus die on the roll.
Thank goodness. Risky position?
Yeah, keep a risky standard.
It's either that or have Sir bite somebody. So I thought, one was probably better than the other.
Yeah, I would say that one is much better. Thank you for my extra die.
And there you go. Yeah, no problem. Nobody notices anything. Piece of cake. You hand the book over. He thumbs through the pages briefly, closes it, hands it to his you would guess his first lieutenant from the ship hands it over, and they immediately walk out without saying another word. Ankayat kind of looks at you and looks specifically at you, Skrull, and kind of tips her head and kind of a disappointed look on her face and walks out. And everybody else leaves. Lord Frost or Captain Frostgrip. You hear that? They called me a lord. And makes his way out too.
I might want to go hang out with Lord or Captain Frostgrip later. Rusty, we're gonna go hang out with him later.
What do you do, Vienna? Do you walk out with the other captains, or?
Yeah, I'd probably keep my cool and walk out with Captain Frostgrip as we're like kind of just talking about things and walk out with him.
Mm-hmm.
Goodbye, captains who I do not know.
Yeah, Cerberus like goes to Rusty. I'm like, Cerberus, come here, get
All right. So there you
Well,
are.
Now we have a box of 12 coin
Yep.
to not get mugged for on the way home. In the aftermath of this, not today, but in the next very short term, in the next couple of days before, as these crews are gathering up their plans to go act upon their new acquisition, I will make a return visit to Ankayat and
Okay.
and add another layer of mischief.
Okay. We can play that out in just a second here.
Yeah.
You guys all walk back together. Do you guys get a carriage? What do we?
I think we can afford to get a carriage,
Yeah. Yeah, that's no problem.
even two.
Make your way back over to
Night market.
yeah, night market, back to your the locksmith place. I forget, is there someone that works at the locksmith when you're not there? Is that like a business that's just kind of regularly open?
Saltfinger.
Yeah, I probably picked the most dexterous of the adepts that we have around and to have taught them enough to keep the shop open when we're not there. Nothing special, but enough to answer questions, to sell people shit while we're gone.
Saltfinger will come by every once in a while too.
When you get back, your adept that was behind the counter says, we had a delivery while you were out, and hands you a little envelope.
You open it.
Very well. Opens it up. It's a piece of paper. You want me to read it?
No. Getting, I'll read it.
Yeah, I'll take it. Thanks.
Okay. It's addressed to Ozyman Crofter.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Oz,
And
Scroll.
and
You.
and it says, I appreciated our little chess match. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. And
What's it say?
it's signed with an A.
It's a love note for Scroll.
Burned her, did you?
I like her. Genuinely, I like her.
Yeah.
and I think Ozzy does too. But now we're fucked.
I'd like to point out that she totally knows that I was that I am part of this gang.
She's got her eye on us now as exactly. That's a relationship to develop, an ally, I would say. But in order to do that, I need to let her know that her vessels don't necessarily need to take part, and her best captains don't need to necessarily be the ones going on. Find some expendable crew to lend to the voyage here, and clean up the rewards in the aftermath.
Yeah, I think she's trying to gain the power. She's trying to, be the top there, and there's an opportunity for us to let her in on a little secret there.
Especially if Strangford's about to lose some good people. That's a good move for her to slip right in where he falls short.
Scrawl, you could use that as the excuse why you didn't sell it to her. You knew
Thanks,
that the
Rusty.
Yep. There you go.
Listen, I know women.
I wouldn't have guessed it, Rusty, but I should hang out with you more often.
It's why I don't have any coin.
I was gonna say you should see him at the bar, but never mind.
Speaking of which, I should visit the tailor before I go back and see her again.
It's a question. Do you think such a powerful lady would be inclined to join a group like us?
I think she sees the power as uphill in her direction at this time. But if we leveled that playing field, she well could.
Mhm.
Well, maybe when she learns the benefit that she has received, she may not look so down on such a group.
Okay.
Our boldness does tend to reward itself.
The over here, interesting. You mentioned a tailor is where you'll find Dundridge and Sons. Considered
The
to buy-
purveyors of my vice.
There you go. Oh, I didn't realize that was your vice. Yep.
Fine clothes and manicures, mostly.
Yep. Well, that's a good place to go. So, you get back. There you go. Is there anything you want to do before we shift into downtime? Do we want to go ahead and play out visiting Ankayat again tomorrow?
Probably a good idea.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
go ahead and play that out, and then we'll shift into downtime.
And I would do this. I would travel incognito as best as possible. I don't want to draw attention to myself or anything. Making return visits. The business is concluded. I don't need everybody's spies necessarily wondering about why I'm still talking to this woman.
Got it.
But yeah, I would go back. I know where she is.
Sure. Mr. Crofter, welcome back.
Lady Ankiat, I do appreciate that you were willing to speak with me again.
Well, I was really looking forward to getting my hand on that book.
Well, that's why I'm here. I wanted to clarify a bit of what I'm sure seemed to be a betrayal, at the very least a subterfuge within a subterfuge. But if you would extend me a little credit, I must admit there is one yet layer of subterfuge beyond that. I didn't want you, after you made it clear to me the level of respect to which you should be afforded. I did not want you to be the one to end up with the book. It is, unfortunately for your competitor, Lord Strangford, a forgery. And a rather meticulous one at that. Is it Strangford solely who bought it? Is it, boom, it's his? Or was that a combined guild move?
We were operating independently. We don't specifically work against each other's interests, but we're not normally strictly business partner. We're not partners, so to speak. We just kind of negotiate terms with the city as a whole for the Leviathan blood that we provide for the city. That kind of thing. So in that way, we operate as an independent entity. But as far as our own businesses, we operate them separately.
Well, in that light, then, Might I recommend that when Lord Strangford sets his voyage along the course of his new maps, that your ships do not follow too closely in his wake. Perhaps you might want to position yourself to be ready to take advantage of certain openings in the market after the fact.
Well, this is good information. I must say that was probably a wise way to handle things on your part.
If I may be a little unwise just between the two of us, it is a meticulous forgery, and I am exceptionally proud of it, though I cannot claim credit for the crafting.
Care for a drink?
Please, it'd be my pleasure.
So,
Ouch.
what does your group get out of all this? Why not just sell the original? I assume the original exists somewhere.
It does, or it did. It was lost, unfortunately. And though it could make someone incredibly rich, such a finding would imbalance things at a level beyond just the docks as a district. Imagine opening up a resource like that to the whole of Duskwall. How much that, on the one hand, would bring an abundance of a resource that is incredibly dear. That's not good for anybody's business.
I see what you mean. Very well. I think we can probably work together from time to time. I think there's opportunities to help each other out in the future. And your organization is of interest to me.
We are
Yeah.
growing, perhaps, but resourceful, I'm coming to find and appreciate. And
So-
so shall you, if
Yeah.
if I may be so bold as to make the claim. To future partnerships.
Future partnerships. And I'm going to say that the Blind Trust can go ahead and add Lady Ankayat as a contact.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's his new girlfriend there.
You know he makes
Well
contact
played,
with her.
Carl.
Who wishes he made contact with her?
Yeah, he does. He does. He's a young, pretty boy. I mean, I don't know.
Well, you said you went to the tailor, right?
Yeah.
I did.
Yep.
Door shut slowly behind end scene.
No,
Not
you're
yet.
not there yet
You gotta
because
tear up.
well, and I let you know that it was the Blind Trust that got the contact, not just you. I've had to think about that for a second. She's interested in your
Oh,
group.
interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's
Um,
Lady Ankayat.
Yep. And then also, let's go ahead. We don't have a relationship yet, but that might become an issue. Let's go ahead and add the Leviathan Hunters as a new institution. Leviathan Hunters, where are you? They are tier 5. With a stronghold of their tier 5 selves. And your status is 0 at the moment.
That's fair.
Yep.
At the moment.
At the moment.
It won't stay 0. We've got a friend, but we're gonna make some enemies.
Oh, we made some enemies.
Oh, yeah.
We just don't know it yet.
Just hope
See,
our
the safe play there is sell it to Frost Grip, and you just don't have to worry about it.
Send home
I
a
was
bag and
wondering-
that's it.
Did you see how much hope he had for the future of his
Mhm.
business?
Yeah.
I didn't want to give it to him. I
Oh,
didn't
but
wanna
we
destroy
destroyed it in the moment anyway.
You
It was
didn't want to
great.
destroy his hope? What's wrong with you?
That's the thing is. Yeah. I guess long con on this, we had dead set ourselves against doing the most destruction to Duskwall. But yeah, in the moment, that was a lot of up hope.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it just kind of trapped in the bidding war.
He
Yeah.
makes that first offer, and you're like, sold.
I just love his energy.
Gideon would have walked out. Kitty
F
would
your
have
money.
left the room.
Chaos agent.
I was excited when Bina was going to have to pay for your own book. That was.
I was like, what are you doing?
Oh no.
Give me back my coin.
Driving that
Don't
price up.
bid.
We still made somewhat of a profit at that point, but
Although if that had panned out that way and that had been the sale, it kind of would have been half and half same. And yeah, that guy would have thought, oh man, this is my big break.
I would
Yeah.
have to give up some of our followers to like make sure he thought I was actually a captain.
Just put this knit cap on and just shut up.
All right. A few days after that, Lord Strangford's ship set sail, with him captaining. I mean, he's the captain, so he takes his ship and a couple of his smaller ships out there, and they leave pretty soon after this whole auction. So, might be out at sea for a few weeks. We don't know. Yep.
Time to get out of
Okay.
town.
Yep. Let's go ahead and switch into downtime, and then we'll see what we want to do for the next half of our evening here. All right. So you get to, again, you get, actually, let me finish our encounter here. Downtime activities. All right. Payoff. You got your payoff. You got your 12 darn coin. That's your payoff. You earn 2 rep per score by default. If the target is a tier higher, you take +1 rep higher per tier.
Oh,
But they are higher than you, so you're
tier
gonna get
5.
2 plus their 4 higher, so that's gonna be 6 rep for doing something like this. Dang.
Oh man.
6 rep,
Okay.
you say?
Yeah.
Okay.
And let's see. Heat. You guys get 1 heat.
Sweet.
And it's not for the stuff in the bank. It is talking to your contact buddy. That was your complication there. So
Damn it, Vina and Rusty. Guys
just
went
got a
got
little-
trouble to bargain.
No, that was me. I talked to the cop.
Yeah.
Wait,
This worked out fine.
do you have that book? No. Fuck you talking about?
And it kind of gives you a little bit of side eye, and all right.
Come on, Jaren. You know you can't ask things like that. That's not how this works.
Actually, looking at this, I'm gonna say make it 2 heat, not just 1.
Come on. Do you want to know what dog's gonna win on Saturday or not?
Well, that could be something you deal with. That might be your reducing heat if you want to. But pool entanglements. You have very low heat at the moment. Somebody roll a d6. Let's say, well, since Scrawl did the heat, go ahead and give me a d6.
Okay, hold on a second.
I love
Okay,
all of
I don't have that
Rusty's
book. Okay.
comments and stuff to the gang outside. Just- Sounds like it's going well. 4. Rivals
Kind
of
of.
Quiet Dead. This is perfect, actually. This is really good. While you are, when you get back from your meeting and you talk about, you're just kind of going over how things went and just kind of talking about the book and the book being destroyed. You hear, the second you mention that, you hear something large come down and crash in the back room.
What the heck? Go check that out.
And you see, it looks like it was some glass bottles or something like, bottles of liquor or something like that. Just something convenient that just flew off a shelf, and it looks like it's on the other side of the room from where you last saw it.
Black. What is this? What have you been doing?
Black, do you want to come check it out?
Sure. Okay. Oh. Yes.
Okay. So how are you going to do that? It sounds like an attune kind of thing.
I will tune it.
All right.
Just a normal roll.
Yeah, just normal everything.
Okay.
Straightforward kind of thing.
Oof.
You try to reach out and you kind of look at something, and it looks like a spirit that is very closely, it's right next to the vault, the box. And the box, which is, how big is the box, do you say? What are we looking at? About that big. You get kind of close and you're kind of drawn into it, and it starts, you just see kind of a shimmering outline. And as you're looking at it, the box itself flies at you. And it slams into your chest, and you end up taking level 1 harm. You got a cracked rib. Is that right?
That's some blasphemous bullshit right there.
Shit, I pull out my Spirit Bane charm. I'm like,
They can, can we come in, or can we? So I have a spirit bane charm as well, and Cerberus is he gains potency when tracking or fighting supernatural.
Okay. So
Ghost of Captain Kristoff.
when you get there, yeah, it's like it looks like the spirit is kind of, you kind of trying to tune again, and it looks like it was kind of, it doesn't look like a normal spirit. Normally it kind of looks human. This looks like it's kind of fuzzy, almost like, the trend 15 years ago with all spiritual things, where like the ring, all the spirits look like they're shaking really fast with the crazy cam. That's kind of what it looks like. And looks like it's like half in and half out of the box.
Oh, that's terrifying.
This time I put on my spirit mask
Okay.
to be more prepared. I pull out my Demon Bane charm this time, and I hold it in front, and I think we need to capture this one. This one is not friendly or going to be helpful.
What you notice, you've done this enough that you're kind of used to like these charms and things, how the spirits react. This one seems kind of stuck, and it almost starts to scream when you do this, but it can't move, it can't leave this area. It seems attached to the box.
All right. So I extend my hook. I attach the vial at the bottom of the hook. I try to, lasso it with it, I guess. You just kind of go over this thing and try to channel it into the vial.
It doesn't go.
This usually works.
Mhm.
I do
Yes,
not
it does.
know.
Black, you got to get it away from the box.
And
Could
it
it be-
just screams out, "Where's my book?"
Yep, yeah, that's Captain Kristoff. Oh boy.
Yep. Good call. Nicely called.
That
So,
doesn't do us a goddamn thing.
so we're in downtime. So let me kind of fast forward a little bit. It doesn't go anywhere, and it's kind of stuck there. And all the things you try, all the normal things that you, the Whisperer, do, all trying to trap it, everything doesn't seem to be working at all. And it's like it's stuck in the vault with its book. And you have no way of opening this vault, at least none that you've been able to figure out before, to even try and get the book out.
Can't be opened.
Yeah. So that's probably going to take a certain amount of research to figure out how to get this spirit out of there. But until then, you have an annoying spirit that's going to be tearing your place up from time to time. Yes.
Hmm.
The box is haunted. I
Yep.
mean, not like more than it was before. I mean, that's not
you
helpful.
you rolled unquiet dead on your entanglement roll.
Awesome.
I'm like, that's perfect.
That's great.
Yeah. I was
So glad.
trying to figure out how to work Captain Kristoff into everything. You rolled it nicely for me.
No,
Thank
that
you.
was perfect. Good thinking.
Oy.
All right, so that was your entanglement. You guys got to figure that one out at some point.
On the other
Alright.
hand, Joseph, we have a perfect trial subject for our weird invention.
Yes, we do. Yes.
There you go.
I may also contact my friend Nyrix. This would be interesting for him too, or her, I should say. I'm sorry, her. To understand.
Whoa. I'm not into bringing in outside parties when I make stuff. I'm
No,
gonna
no.
have to meet this person.
No, you wouldn't. It's more of a if anything about spirits that are trapped like this and how to handle them. Maybe could make it better for me on my ritual learning. I haven't encountered this before. I'm very, very confused.
Fair enough.
All right.
So harm. How does that work?
So I'm
So-
setting up a new clock for getting rid of Captain Kristoff.
There you
How many timer bolts on that one do you think? 8, 10?
Give it 8.
Okay.
Just because this is going to take some amount of research, maybe going and learning about other spirits, maybe learning more about the box itself. Lots of different things you're going to have to try and figure out at some point. I lost track of something I was thinking for a second there. So the downtime, we'll go ahead and shift into downtime right now. You get 2 activities. What did I say before about submitting writing? I was offering some sort of a reward. Is that gonna be like an extra downtime activity or something like that?
I don't remember how you were going to frame the.
Well, I'm going to say that Rusty gets an extra downtime activity because Rusty gave me some nice writing on Rusty's contacts and let me know who they were. So,
And there will be more.
and there will be more. So, Rusty, you can have yourself an extra downtime activity for all of our trouble. As far as harm goes, that's what healing is. So the healing clock. If you fill up all the segments on your healing clock on your character sheet, which has 4, then the harm gets, I think, 1 less. It's like really hard to heal stuff. It's only a level 1 effect, a level 1 harm. So right now it's not having a big impact on you, but if you get more harm down the road, it starts to stack. And as all those little boxes fill in, if you keep getting level 1 harms, well, there's no more room, then you got to move up to level 2 harms, and then you go from there and when you get to level 4 harms, you're dead. So, so healing is in your best interest, but it's a project just like any other long-term thing. So that's one of your options. So look at the downtime menu there. And anybody anxious to go first, or should I just go in order as you look on my screen here?
I was also gonna ask like because my contact's the Physiker. How do you say that?
Mhm.
Physiker?
Yep.
So would he be like, would I have to contact him to come to help kind of thing? If like somebody's hurt?
No, because you would roll the quality of your contact. So the fact that you have a contact means you don't have to go acquire an asset. So up at the top, if you didn't have a contact like that, you would have to go acquire it. So that would count as a different downtime activity.
Nope. So you just help us heal.
Yep. That's who's been helping you in the past. The 1 or 2 times we've had somebody that needed to heal.
Yeah, our vet. Right in
Yeah.
what you guys said, our veterinarian.
There you go. So let's just go in order as you look on my screen. So that would be you, Mr. Black.
Well,
What do you want to do? Oh, go ahead.
before we jump into it, we have 12 gold that we
Mhm.
have picked up.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
What do we want to do with that? How do we want to allocate it? We can't actually just bank it all right now because we don't have the room to bank it all right now.
Mm-hmm.
How do we want to spend that collectively? How do we want to divvy it up individually? Because I'm looking at the thing here where you can get additional downtime activities by like spending a gold.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, we could all have an additional downtime activity right now. Boom. You know,
You can
depends
divvy it
on
up
what
and
you guys
stick
want to
it in
do.
your stash. That's another thing.
And what is like acquire asset? I'm not entirely sure. What qualifies as assets?
It could be a special contact to help you. It's almost like a one-time use kind of deal. So thinking of your plans for the future, if you're going to need, if you're doing some sort of a special project that requires some sort of special equipment, you could do that. I gave the example of a Physiker. If you were looking to find some sort of a forger to make a book or something like that, that's something that you couldn't do on your own. That kind of thing. So finding someone with special skills or finding special equipment that you can use
On a future job or something like
on a
that.
future job.
Specifically,
Yeah.
it's towards setting up. Okay.
Yep.
So like maybe for the future we need to figure out a way to get through the, was it Deadlands or something?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Something to travel safely through the Deathlands.
Mm-hmm.
First, you got to find a nice way to get out. That's actually on your character sheet. That would be the ancient gate that you can find, which would be something for. And so that's a character, a thread you can pull on if you want to go that way. What the hell do you got there, Scroll?
Ben and Jerry's.
Holy shit!
Yeah, Lauren just got back from Target. So.
I haven't just sat down with a pint of Ben and Jerry's in so long.
Oh, really?
Which
This is
flavor?
routine. Chocolate fudge brownie, classic.
All right.
I go with the half baked. You know, mix that in with some cookie dough, and there you go.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Cherry Garcia is my jam.
The coffee toffee is my go-to. My
Mhm.
number one coffee toffee crunch or whatever it is.
All right. So, Mr. Black, what do you want to do today? Oh, you guys were still figuring out your coin. Do you want to? You have room in the vault for more money. If you want to do that, you can split it up amongst yourselves. I'll let you figure that.
And how do we expand our like layer 2 or upgrade that? Is that something that we have to?
Well, you
Up our
just did
tier?
recently, didn't you? Just do that recently.
Yeah, but it's full. We basically have to split it between us because the
The vault's
trust
already full.
the trust is full.
We have a bunch of money and we haven't spent it. We're actually pretty rich right now. We're not doing anything with our
Mm-hmm.
funds, so that is something we need to address.
Mm-hmm. So
Can we buy property?
Yeah, or acquire territory.
What to spend your money on? Let's see.
A bar.
I would say that we might want to by a place that performing such rituals would be accepted. If we do that here in a locksmith shop, I don't think that would be uh, the
You
most.
could do that in my workshop. I don't mind.
It's true, but I'd want this to be well known. I'd like this to be spread through the city, not just to here locally, but I want people to come from all districts to seek this.
An offertory, a
Yes.
sanctuary.
Yes.
Those are a couple of the little options there.
A secondary headquarters that can be a little more public as we start to become more well known.
Yes.
Face
Okay.
of the cult rather than the front that we're putting up.
Okay. So the actual religious organization that people will
sorry,
go
that
to.
was the other
Yeah.
clock that I needed to set up.
We need
was
a
invent
Scientology
phony
spirit
religion.
Yes.
Let's see.
How many turns are you gonna give me on the invent phony religion?
Well, that's just it. It's not phony. I think it's really just, so it's not really inventing the religion so much, or inventing the fake face of the religion. Okay. I'm gonna say only 4 on that one.
Yeah, right. If Scientology and Mormonism be that with dogma.
It took L. Ron Hubbard like 6 months on a yacht to figure out Scientology. So
Use of coin. How do we use coin? Let's see.
And Smith made it up from like paper plates and golden rocks twice. So I mean, it's gotta be.
I
It
am
gotta be
gonna
easy.
need some of those coins for my invention. It is gonna cost some money. Depending on how good you want it to be. If you would like to be a shit invention, I don't need that many coins. But if you want it to be a good one that maybe doesn't blow up, I'm gonna need some money.
I don't know. Match is selling me.
All right.
Match can blow up things for you whenever you want. Like anytime. Anytime of day, Rusty. Happy to blow shit up. But not the nice stuff. Not the
Yeah,
useful
I'd like spending money on not blowing things up. That's nice too.
Yeah.
You can spend money to increase your tier if you're strong, if your hold is strong. So right now you have a weak hold.
Mm.
But if you can get that up to a strong hold, then you can spend, it's your new tier times 8. So you'd have to spend 16 coin, but that just like fast tracks you up to tier 2 at that point, instead of going through all the rep and stuff. All right. Where's my, did I do the,
It's like the flash forward montage in the movie. Like money's changing hands, people are talking to each other on street corners, doors open, close. Few stabbings and garrotings, and there it is. Now we're in. You know.
but you know what? We can spend some. I'm not sure exactly what the rule would be for this, but if you wanted to try and figure out maybe one of the other two, that could be our second score for the night. Since it's 9 o'clock already, we can do kind of another quick little score and call that developing an offertory, a cloister, maybe some more turf, or a sanctuary, and we can kind of role play that out, how spending the money would help you get one of those other boxes around there tonight.
Okay.
If you wanted to, and kind of however much you decide you want to, money you want to put towards that, that might be how we play that. And that sounds like a reasonable way to do that. Just because we don't have time to dive full into going into the Deathlands right now or anything. We can save that for next game. All right.
And does that still put us in downtime now, and then another score?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll do the downtime now. We'll have a quick score to try and develop one of these other things. We'll just be kind of talking and role playing it out, and if there are any obstacles that come up when you try to do that. But it'll mostly be just trying to figure out a way to spend the money that you have. So it will make the score a lot easier. Spending the money to do it is kind of how I will play it. And then we'll end up with another downtime. So keep that in mind. So you're probably going to end up with 2 downtimes this evening. So you can let that be part of your planning. Yeah. And then you guys also have some clock long-term projects that you were planning on starting too for your invention. So
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
There's yet another project clock.
well, that could be a project clock for the whole group there. The fancy Ghostbuster catcher machine, containment unit, underneath down in the basement. Proton packs, whatever you need.
What do you think on turns for that one?
Let's make that another 10. That's gonna be a big, if that works, that's gonna be game changing. So that's gonna be a tricky one.
Yeah, Joseph and I are looking at the rules for that
Mm-hmm.
now.
Yeah.
We're excited. about the
Yes.
possibilities.
Yeah,
Things
because
are
it.
Think of the
growing.
things we can make with this collaboration, my friend.
It's true. So when I learn this, I get to learn one ritual, and I start with it. Does that mean I
Mhm.
still have to do this clock with it, or I don't understand that. To
Do
learn
you already know
others.
how to make a spirit jar? Is that like the ritual that you're starting with?
Well, that's the thing. I could say that.
I will return.
So
I can also start with one Sparkcraft design, and I'm calling it something else because it feels metagamey to be like,
yeah.
yes, I already know how to make a thing that sucks ghosts in for sure. That's what I have been devoting my life to.
That seems a little
Um,
too big.
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
But maybe some different items that you've done in the past that might help lead to this new invention might be.
I have a couple things I have to send to you, actually, Matt.
Okay,
but,
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard.
Okay. So this is the way this game works. It's very much you guys tell me what you want to do and I'll tell you how effective it is. It's not that I'm saying yes or no, you can do it, or yes or no, you have done it. I'm doing this. And you kind of get kind of high and mighty about it. And I'll be like, sure you do, but it doesn't quite work the way you wanted it to, or it doesn't have the effect you were hoping for. That's my job, is to tell you how effective it is.
Well, there's a specific series of questions for crafting,
Yes.
which
Yeah.
are great.
Which I'm going to have to review because
Here, I can drop it into the Discord because I just did for Paul.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's actually perfect.
Super clear and very
Yeah.
helpful.
This is a great resource.
yeah.
And the ritual is pretty much identical.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so it's going to be both a tinker thing and a ritual thing.
Yeah, so the way we're thinking about this device is that Black performs a ritual to make the actual spirit jar, the thing that will hold the spirit, and then what Gideon is inventing is the thing that pulls the spirit in. And those two things together make our proton pack, basically.
Yeah. So it'll be like a jar on a backpack and then a little lightning hook attached to it or something.
Slicker than a backpack, but yes.
Okay. Shoot. All right. So we're going to need an 8-segment progress clock for the tinkering part of it, and then an 8-segment clock for the ritual part. And this is after you've already progressed to the point where you have the ritual, because you don't have that ability yet, right?
That's why I'm asking, because I didn't start with this. This is something I would learn, and you start with learning one thing, but it is way too meta that I just happen to start with that ritual. And the only way I learn a new ritual for me is I have to find something to kind of teach me that. I have to find a source to do that.
Okay.
So
Would that be an asset?
But do you have the special ability ritual yet?
no,
you
that's
don't-
what I need to get to
Oh.
and level up to. That's something I need to train and get better and
Okay.
stronger. I'm close, but
And you know the arcane.
yeah,
I can start on mine though. I got Sparkcraft. I can start doing this.
You can absolutely start doing this.
Heck yeah.
that's the thing. Is, so I spend all my time into this. I can learn it today or after this session and start working on it. That's the thing. But that whole starting with, hey, I know Spirit Jar already,
Yeah.
seems a little broken.
Totally.
But then also I have to find a new source, so I have to it's another task for us to do, another job.
Mm,
Finding somebody who can teach you that ritual.
Teach me or like give me that, a book that would do it. I mean, may have to go rob a museum or something that give that as a description.
Okay.
Maybe.
Then you know what? Let's do it like this. Let's do a clock. And then when you get the ability, that could be the ritual that you start with.
Okay.
But you got to do some research first before you get there. So to make the freebie ritual be the exact one you want to do, you got to do the clock first.
Okay.
Okay. That works.
Okay.
I didn't give you guys rep for your group either. So rep. Oh, you guys are way up there already. You might already have a stronghold.
No, we did get rep.
Yeah, we got rep because
I gave you rep,
was
okay.
so much higher from the Leviathan Hunters.
It was
Okay,
6.
Yep. Okay, good. And so what else are we doing? Heat, claims. Now I'm just waiting for you guys to pick your downtime activities at this point. So we're good. What do you guys want to do? Black, start us off.
I'll do something to try to heal, so I will
Okay.
recover, and then I will do the other one as in to advance my playbook.
Okay. Let's
And-
do. We got to roll the quality of the tinkerer. Forget what we've done before. Let's go 2d6 and just call it that, and see
Okay.
what you get. Okay, so it's a 4 or 5, so you get 2 segments on your healing clock.
Cool. And then
So
one
here's
to
the
my
thing
playbook.
here's the thing about the healing clock. If you take any damage, your healing clock resets to 0. So,
Okay.
and then the other thing you wanted to do?
To advance my playbook.
Okay. Alrighty. Rusty.
I'm going to start out by healing some. I've got a pesky flesh wound that is not going away.
Oh yeah. You just got to stop picking at it. There you go. 2 healing.
I'm going to go ahead and do one more healing.
Okay.
Recovery button.
Ooh, one more segment.
That's all I needed.
Oh, good. There you go. Then you're good. Oh, and you got one more activity.
Playbook advancement.
Okay. Grawl.
I'll do a roll to reduce heat.
Alrighty.
Jaren, my man. A conversation we had the other day about that particular case with that book or so. I don't like the way you were looking at me with those questions. So I had a thought. I happen to have a piece of paper here that has the winning dogs of the 3rd, 6th, and 14th race on Saturday. I could trade a piece of paper for a piece of paper.
What piece of paper? There's no piece of paper to worry about.
Well, then
he
I
he sticks his hand out to you.
then I don't have any paper either. I guess I'm mistaken. So, sorry, go ahead.
I just that was me trying to be clever. I'm saying that the paper doesn't. I'm going to throw it away. I don't have it.
No, I handed it to him as I said that. That was me being clever too, Jared.
Oh,
You're good. I got you, bud. You're better than you think at this. It's good.
Okay.
Stay
All
the
right.
course.
Give me a roll.
Okay.
+1 for awkwardness.
No, I mean, pick a skill. What are we doing here?
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
This one's definitely consort.
Okay.
Risky standard?
Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's right.
You lose one of your heat.
Cool.
Yeah.
I can live with that.
Yeah. He's not worried. He's not going to give you any hassle about it, but he may have mentioned it to somebody at one point, so it's not completely gone. Cool. And so you did did you do the other thing yet, or what was your other thing going to be?
Oh, and I'll go playbook. That's actually, you know what? I'll take 2 and resolve.
All
Right?
right.
Because if I go resolve, I get 2 for it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's the one you got. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, actually, your personal playbook too. That was one of your advancements that you guys took.
Oh, then I get a new skill.
Yeah.
Wait, if we put 1 in the playbook, we get 2 to the playbook?
For the person, so if you look on the cult character sheet, there's for training you have
Yeah.
resolve and personal filled in. That was
That's-
one of the
Yeah, that was a new thing we took last time.
Oh.
So now when I attack somebody, it scares the people around him, and then if I try to command the scared people, I get an extra dice.
Get out of here, you get more of the same. And you already can like jump into the a whole group, right? Isn't that your other special ability?
Yes, I can take. I can push myself and fight an entire gang, and
Nice.
scare them all and order them away.
Fun.
So it looks like I can spend a coin to take another action. So can I take a coin and then put 2, like, take another advancement for the
Yes.
coin?
You
Yeah.
can't do it into the same one you've already done though. This
That-
downtime.
All right.
But you're
All
gonna you will get another downtime this evening. So
So I'll dump the coin and I'll take playbook.
okay.
I'll buy a playbook also. That's cool. Ooh,
Okay.
now I see where this is going. Okay.
Yep. 2 for 1. And then let's see. Match, I think you're up.
Excellent. I'm going to start my design. So I have to study it.
Okay.
in order
Playbook
to
you get 2
do
because of that, and
this.
train
So
only
let's see how this
in
goes, and because I have an
resolve you
ability-
get 2.
Well, let's see how this
Yeah,
rolls
you get
first.
2 in those 2.
Great,
That's what we have right now.
amazing.
But when we
So,
get bigger, we
my
can learn the other
ability
ones.
is that I take +1 result level to my roll.
Okay.
So,
So that moves it up into the 4 to 5 2
Okay.
segments instead of just
is that
one
insight?
segment.
yes.
Which one is that?
So
Grand.
2 segments on your tinker clock.
Delightful. And then I'm going to train and take 2 in resolve.
Right on.
So you're trying to level those
And
up, right?
Vina.
Okay. It's talking to you.
Sorry, I was getting some just asking Paul some questions.
Mhm.
So when you indulge in your vice, sorry, I wanted a quick refresh on that. That's to get rid of stress, correct?
Correct. Correct.
But you don't want to overindulge,
Correct.
correct? So if I only have 2 stress, it's not a good idea to.
Probably. Yeah, roll dice equal to your the stress equal to your highest die result. Yeah, you can end up rolling like a 6 and really overindulge. Yeah.
Yeah, that last time it didn't. It was not a good idea. We lost a few people there.
Now, now you do not have to indulge in your stress or your vice, but here's the thing: if your trauma goes up, that's what happens when your stress maxes out. Then it kind of gives you a trauma. So if you have trauma, you have to indulge your vice, or it adds stress. But
Okay.
right now you don't have any trauma. No, none of you have any trauma yet, so you haven't made it to the Deathlands. That'll be interesting.
Okay.
Mhm.
Then I will train an insight. So I'll put 1 into survey. And then so if I do a playbook advancement, it goes 2 instead of 1. correct?
Right.
All right, so I'll do one in train and then the other one in the playbook advance it so I can level up.
So that is yeah, your playbook advancement. Yeah, you get those are 2 for 1 for you.
Okay, cool. I took this one.
Let me just double check that, make sure I'm not giving you guys way too much, but I'm pretty sure that's the case.
I took
Pretty
scout. So I have a feeling I'm gonna be kind of the one that goes out,
Mhm.
get some information sneakily, and come back kind of thing.
Wait till you go into the Deathlands.
What? Yeah. There's another
You're-
one that I could take that you
It's
are
okay.
immune to poisonous masma of the Deathlands. So I could take that one next if I wanted to.
You say there's a poisonous miasma in the Deathlands? I hadn't heard about that. Thanks, Vina.
Alright.
You know what? I'm switching the skill. I'm not going to take Savage yet.
Okay.
Listening to all the plans that Match and Black are making, I'm instead, and there's a fucking ghost in my box.
Oh.
Nope,
Wow.
I don't like
Rusty's
that.
gonna fight it himself. You couldn't get it, Black? Rusty's gonna get it.
Hmm.
I'll show you how to
Ghost.
capture a ghost. You put it
Mm.
in a full Nelson.
Oh, is it
Give
weird
it an
that
armbar.
Ah, that's great.
is it weird that I immediately come up with another venue for ourselves? Imagine the ghost fighting venue that Rusty could be the star of. Oh,
Ghost fighting.
no one else in town would be doing such a thing.
Yeah,
Can only
ghost
imagine.
fighting ring. Yep. mhm. Pay a couple
happens in
coin, come see Rusty fight a ghost.
What happens in ghost fighting rings? First
Mhm.
rule of ghost fighting ring.
Wait, Rusty, can Cerberus join you in that fight? Cerberus would love to be your right-hand man. That
What?
ghost fighting.
Well, yeah, as long as he doesn't take my hand.
No. You give him another person's hand and he will be happy.
Oh yeah, well then yeah.
Okay. That's an +1. When you gather info to locate a target, you get +1 effect. Okay. Yeah. All right. That's about it for this downtime right now. But you guys were talking about having a whole bunch of coin here. Is there something you wanted to try and do? Maybe a quick little thing we could do. For your little character sheet here.
Well, it sounded like we need to get our hands on some kind of a shrine or temple, something that we could use as a real congregational hub.
Mm-hmm. So the differences, the ones that are right there that kind of make the most sense would be either cloister, offertory, sanctuary, and let me get into the in-game differences between those. The cloister, it helps your gang, so it's more room for the hopeful novices. So it's a place for them to bunk. So not exactly what you're describing. The offertory is where you get +2 coin on your payoffs. Oh, you guys get more money too. You actually have more money. You're a tier 1. Somebody roll a d6.
Roll it, Rusty.
And subtract 1 for your heat. You got 4 coin from from the dog track. So now you're up to 16. Yeah. Starting to get big. You gotta start stashing some of that. Yeah.
That's tier 2 money.
You're getting close. That is.
Yeah, we're gonna need a gate soon too.
Bigger vault. Yep. The gate, I have an idea, and if you guys tell me that that's kind of the direction you want to go in the next game, I can really. I
That
can
sounds
direct
like a
my-
main score. Yeah.
Yeah, I can prep it, and then we
It
can start
is,
with
yeah.
finding the ancient gate, and then possibly going into the Deathlands itself next game, and that could be the focus.
A shrine seems to be an expansion of circumstance. Yeah, the gate was, I think, the intention.
Yeah. So the offertory is gives you bonus coins on your scores because the frightened locals offer you tribute when you perform your dark practices. They don't want to be next. That's what the offertory is.
But they do want to be next because
Yeah.
what we offer
The
is.
The sanctuary gives you a +1 die to command and sway rolls on sight. So your sanctuary maintains its effect as long as your deity is well pleased with your service. So that's seeming more like the shrine.
That's a church of the box, but
Yeah. So if you're looking to make a church of the box, the sanctuary looks like where we're going.
That will be soon.
So, or you could just try and get some more turf for yourselves.
I mean that's kind of what we're talking about here, right? For sanctuary, are we going for offertory, or are we just trying to expand turf?
Yeah.
I think offertory. That seems like that makes the most sense for what we want. And we
Go for the
stay
occult
on
and be
site a
feared?
little. Yeah, that
Okay.
getting advantage on command and sway rolls seems less helpful than more money.
Especially now that you know money can help you raise your tier, and which is, I mean,
I'm good with that.
tier is a mechanic we haven't used a whole bunch yet, but that's really comes into play when you start dealing with more complicated scores where you have to have different quality levels of equipment. So your tier becomes your role. Like, how good are the manacles that you can get to tie that guy up? How good is the,
How good
you
is the
wanted to
shit
go-
that I invent? It's based on our tier.
and exactly, and then when you want to go to break into the Lord Strangford's ship somewhere, all of his stuff is tier 5. So that makes it a lot harder to.
So we need tier 5 lockpick and so on and so forth. We need to be operating at that level to break in on that level. That's
And
good.
that's where acquiring an asset, so you can try and get better tier stuff by acquiring an asset, is one of the things you can do. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So trying to get an offertory. What would an offertory look like?
Inviting. Not scaring at all.
So maybe not exactly as it's described in the book here, but
Not for purposes I imagined, unless anyone else has another idea.
Are you? Well, I mean, if you're talking about the idea of the soul capture and replacement, that's going to be kind of a niche and expensive select kind of a service. That's not something that the masses are going to show up on Sunday to sing about. You know what I mean?
so you think about people who would pay tithes to getting good with the church to have promises of things in the afterlife.
That's
so
making
there's-
offers, right?
Yeah, so you have that, but at the same time, what's the story that's being peddled to the lowly people, and versus the elite service that you're going to offer to certain special people? That might be a good way to frame this.
And that's why I got to cook up a religion.
Yeah. All right.
But that's enough to move on an offertory
Mhm.
and start setting up.
So where would you want this place to be?
In Night Market, right? Because this is our public face now.
So I think kind of what I want you to do is, this is almost going to be kind of a planning session, I think would be the best way to do this, where you guys kind of describe what you want this offertory to look like. And if any roadblocks come along, that's where we might start a proper score. But you guys, how well that's going to work, how much coin you want to necessarily throw at making this happen, since you guys are kind of have a lot of liquid cash. Thinking about this. That sounds about right. I didn't think that'd work.
So that's how he got his power.
Yeah. So let's go back over to our map of Night Market, since that's kind of where you are, so that might help plan
Thanks.
a little
Yeah,
bit.
that's what I'm googling in in the other room. Like,
There
I
you go.
gotta see. Cool.
So you guys, I mean, up in Underlight, where the little pink dot is, that's where your main shop is. That's the locksmith place. But you guys have pretty well established yourself around the dog track and the yellow ribbon area. That kind of place between the canals is pretty much your territory. That's where your gang spends most of its time.
We had all the way up to Guildhall, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
Like
We
that
did.
entire section.
Yeah, this whole area here,
Mm-hmm.
in between the Great Owl Road and yeah, because that's the turf where you expanded.
Okay. I would say somewhere right up there on the crux between Yellow Ribbon and Guildhall
Mhm.
might be a nice spot.
Okay.
But definitely in that area, right, is where we want the offertory to be.
Yeah, I don't think we went to take on the challenge of taking more territory. I think we should use what we have so far.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So what does your offertory look like from the outside?
Something that feels exclusive.
Hmm.
Ooh, like one of those doors, with like the, those little
Little
window things
sliding vision.
that they have to know like with the password to get in.
Something that looks intimidatingly rich.
Mm-hmm.
What are the blue coats, the ones that come and get these corpses? What do they look like, and what does their building look like?
Well, it's not the blue coats who normally come to get corpses when corpses need to be got.
Soulmongers, right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, what do they look like? What does their crew look like?
Kind of like old plague doctors. They're all masked, and that's kind of how I envisioned them. Was like wearing like the big long pointy mask, and what are they? I forget what they're called again exactly. Spirit wardens, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, that's what they are. They have bronze masked hunters who destroy rogue spirits. And then they also run the crematorium in town to properly dispose of corpses. So thinking on that, Black, you almost kind of think it's interesting that they had corpses hanging outside the bank when normally when somebody dies, the crows come and everything. So the fact that they have bodies hanging outside the bank makes you kind of wonder how that works.
Hmm.
So I'm thinking about this offertory, and I'm thinking about get my head outside of the idea of like medieval church and think much more in terms of like modern, like I hate to say it, but like modern evangelical like church design, where it's like your entrance and reception area, where it's sort of like hi and welcome, and yeah, you can't really go into the big room until you've sort of paid your dues and showed us your, I don't know, your metachlorian count or whatever the Scientologists use. Like, right? Like you're not leveled up high enough to go through the green door like that. Like that, because that's just shitty and insidious. You know?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Exactly. Yes.
What
very
is in
much so.
Scientology? Your T level?
T level. There it is. T count, whatever.
Like I remember my Mormon friend who got married back when I was much younger, and I couldn't go to the ceremony itself. They had a reception, but I couldn't go to the actual wedding itself. It was, you go to the reception. That was it.
Is it because are you not allowed to see the ceremony, or is it just was it in the temple?
I did.
You can't go in if
I-
you're not.
I think that's what it was. I think it was just because I wasn't Mormon that I couldn't go
Yeah,
in.
you can't go in the temple.
You gotta have the underwear.
I would also design maybe the outfits that we would be wearing. I would also take in consideration that as the spirit wardens would wear these bronze masks,
Mhm.
I'd also wear a mask, but maybe of a white, ivory type,
Mm.
and the robes itself would be of light, no dark colors anywhere. A very hopeful, bright outfit we'd be wearing.
Alluring.
Yes,
as
very
the- as
alluring.
the-
Joseph, I know what you're going for here, but I just feel like this is going to clash with so much of what we're projecting in other areas of the neighborhood.
Well, the thing is, in this neighborhood, look who your allies are. The
The tea
the
leaf
police.
merchants and the
The
police.
Actually, I think the tea leaf merchants.
We're kind of middling, or maybe they don't like us so much. They're a little annoyed with us.
Yeah,
Mrs.
that's the
Ms.
hive.
Brogan. Ms. Brogan didn't really get on with us.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think the hive you were at a -2 and you improved it to a -1 is what happened. with
Okay,
the
okay.
hive. I think that's how that meeting played out in the end. Actually, I
Yeah.
think I have it written in notes somewhere. Let me see. Yeah, improve your status with the hive is what you did. So
We're going to need to get gold thread.
Hmm That's also what I
Yes, we have to
imagined.
go to the Gold Weavers Avenue, which is
I'll
handy.
talk
It's right across the street.
I'll talk to Dundridge. She knows what's up.
yep. So who's this
So
group
there's
again?
a coin.
All right. So fancy ceremonial robes. You pretty much have the real estate, but if you want to fix it up and make it look a certain way, that's going to be some coin there.
We've got it to spend.
Okay. And so, what do you tell people? How do you get your word out to the masses?
Haven't entirely cooked that part up yet.
Okay.
I think I start
You know.
mentioning it to customers, to people who come in.
Mm.
You know,
Okay.
just there's, hey, are you interested in this thing? We're just starting it up. It's, you know, a little gathering for people who are concerned about what happens to their spirits after they die. Nobody can really say, but do we really trust the spirit wardens with them? I don't know if I'm gonna give those guys my eternal soul. Anyway,
Okay.
Mr. Black, you should go talk to him.
Okay.
It's.
Oh, sorry.
I was
So-
Go ahead.
I was gonna ask. So, does that make Mr. Black kind of the chief officiant at the?
At the offertory? Absolutely. I mean, he is the most spiritually knowledgeable among all of us anyway. So it's
Yep.
he's sort of the best one to help that, I think.
I would kind of start off with imagine you or your family members strolling, living your day-to-day lives, and something unfortunate would happen to one of you. You would like to be able to reassure yourselves and them that they would be fine and safe, but you can't. It's unknown. Here, we have a way that we can make sure that person can be seen again.
How do you do that?
Mm. It's a long process. Many many years of study. But this is what we offer. And I think this is something that we should expect. We want for our loved ones. And I wish I could give you exactly how it is, but sometimes a little faith is all you need.
Okay.
That was good.
Yep. Yeah, people will start giving you money for that to hear more. And so, what does that look like? Passing around a plate after you throw some words at them, or is there just a box for
No,
donation?
no.
A box.
This is individual corporeal salvation. This is litigious. They have accounts, and they are investing in their own everlasting life and transcendence to a new corporeal being upon their organic death.
I believe I heard it called a tithe once.
Wow, Rusty, that's quite a vocabulary pull. Well done.
By the way, what does transcendence mean?
That was good. Means change, Rusty. That's all. But people think it means moving up, so that's how you sell it to them.
What we need from individual people is just a little bit too much to be comfortable for them.
Yeah.
Just enough that it hurts.
You understand when you give, right? Jesus gives back to you.
Who's that? What?
Oh God, we just created a prosperity gospel. Like, this is awful.
We've got a church and a fake church. And
We're picking the worst kinds of like evil. Not like I want to kill all of the people in the city evil. Not megalomaniacal evil, real evil.
Real evil. Insidious evil.
And then Venus tactic. Oh.
Yeah, just drunken stories of how people's souls, what happens to your soul, and just start talking
Yep.
about it in the pub and like at the dog track, so that way when they start hearing people going to Joseph Black to talk about what to do,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
promise.
Vina and I, when we go out and get drunk every night, just ramble about the horrible things that have happened to the people that aren't in the church.
Yeah.
And if only we were well off enough to join it.
But our souls are doomed.
Do your gang start wearing the robes, or do they have like a way that they dress when they go
Some
around?
of them, we're almost split in half. We've got the ones at the workshop that are working for the box and the True Trust and doing some dirty work around town. But we do have to have some wearing robes wandering around our new front.
Yeah.
The face.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they're completely loyal to you, so you don't have to worry about that. That's their.
They're just, I mean, they're not great, but they are loyal.
I mean, they took the heat when I got in a fight at the bar, remember?
They absolutely did.
Yeah. That was
For my part, I think I'd take the opposite track. I wouldn't hang out around the Offrey at all. I would just play the cynic and the devil's advocate in all of those positions. Be the one that's like, nobody knows what's gonna on. Like everyone's got something that they're trying to offer you and ply you. I mean, I guess technically, we know that there's vampires and hulls, so at least there's something bankable there. But it's all sham, no matter where you look.
All right.
Rusty would not ever put on the white robes though, because he's a lifer for the box. He would help sell it because he knows that it's a goal, but he would hang out more in the warehouse area, the workshop.
I think the church is Black's domain, which is the irony there. In the white robes and the white Mr. Black of the prosperity gospel of Night Market.
So you start to get a few merchants here and there. It starts to grow, and it's going to get to the point where, yeah, you can count that as one of your assets, and you start to get a little extra coin during your downtime just because you got a steady income coming in. One character in particular comes in, looks kind of an interesting fellow. Hello, my name is Pieter, and I understand that you are talking about life after death.
Yes, we are.
I run an art gallery. Would you like to hear about some of the art that we have? I like to paint things about death.
Hmm. Which part of death?
Well, I have one particular painting. I happen to bring it with me. I'd be happy to show it with you. And he pulls out like a scroll, like a cardboard, but kind of a nice scroll roll, and kind of pulls it out. And it's a painting of a person standing in the middle of like a grass field. It's an older woman and looks lost. Like it's just an empty grass field and looks totally lost. And it's kind of, it doesn't look, the skill that went into making it looks interesting. That it's kind of an unusual style to it. Kind of an impressionistic thing where, but the one thing, it's just this small figure in this giant vast field, and the figure looks lost. I decided to capture the image of someone. This is someone who used to live here in Night Market, and they sadly passed away. And I think about how sad that must be to have passed away and be so lost, and who knows what comes after. So when I hear of your speaking, it makes me wonder about what the future might hold. When I think about all the lost souls that go through our town and how many times we hear the crows cawing overhead, searching for another lost soul. I met this person once. We were sitting next to each other in a restaurant. It was so sad. She knew the end was coming even though she wasn't ill. Hmm. Do you like my painting?
Hmm. I understand your painting, and it seems you understand what we intend to do here.
It sounds like good work.
I
I
think,
always,
yes,
I worry about the future.
as we do here,
Hmm.
and not just this future, the future thereafter.
Hmm.
I
Very
wonder,
good.
maybe what you've captured here could be of help for others' futures. Such a painting could tell such a story around the city.
Indeed. You should come by my gallery sometime. It's here in Night Market.
Hmm.
It's down by the water. And it's a rather large building down there. Would be happy to have you down there sometime. In the meantime, he makes a donation. Please continue your good work.
Thank you. What was your name, sir?
Peter.
Peter. Peter what?
I don't have that page for me.
Oh.
uh, Peter Grine.
Hmm. Well, I
I'm an
appreciate. I see this. I appreciate your donation and the support you have provided.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, We soon will
We
come
have
down.
maybe some of the art that we have for sale in my gallery would hang nicely in your place. Speaking of the despair that comes after death.
Mm.
Yep. Give you a name there. That's it. Stop by any time. And he leaves. After making
Okay.
a nice list.
How much did he donate, by the way?
A good amount. You know, it all comes out to the 2 coin per downtime kind of deal, but it's more than the typical person. Interesting character. Not a contact, but may want to put him in your notes somewhere.
Oh, what carp?
If his art gallery is filled with paintings of like emptiness and uncertainty of the void after death, then we should fill the whole temple with them.
I was thinking more of maybe a before and after type scenario. He shows a lot of despair before, but we showed the support in life after.
But the promise of the after isn't an afterlife in any other realm. It's here in this world. It's a corporeal form, whether we give it to him or not. But that's the sale, is that we don't know what comes after, but we can promise you, but you know what is here. And if you make enough money to be happy with life as you got it here, let it roll, baby, right?
Let's see. So, that is. Let's see. Who actually hangs out in the church at all? Is it really just Black there and some gang members, or do any of you come by the church at all?
As much as he'd like to, Osmond would totally resist temptation, unless he came and snuck in and donned the mask and went around masked and robed like incognito. Sure, maybe. But never openly.
Okay.
There may be a back entrance that only we know about, and for business purposes, Rusty is of course there, but he wouldn't be any kind of. I mean, not that he should be a face anyway, but
So I'm not sure who's keeping track of all this coin that's flying around right here, but I'm gonna say that this whole thing would cost about 4 coin.
Okay.
To get the place fixed up as nice as you want it to be, the outfits, to really present yourself. That's definitely what it is. As far as some of the other details you guys want to, I mean, it sounds like you guys want to put a little more thought into more of the specifics of basically the 2 different religions that you're talking about here.
One wasn't enough.
One wasn't enough.
We had to make a cover religion for our shitty religion. This is how it happens. One lie. Oh, how do I explain? Xenu. Okay, I got this.
Yeah. So let's see. Anything else that we want to do right here? I don't know if you wanted to start looking at, let me see. Yeah, so the whole point of the ancient gate is when you leave the city through this gate, the spirits of the Deathlands will not molest you unless directly provoked. So
Okay.
that's the point of the ancient gate. If you travel through this particular passage, it kind of gives you a little bit of like a spell of protection as you go out.
yeah, if that since we are going to be making a long trip, that's
Mhm.
pretty important. It might be
Yeah.
it might be worth the risk if we were trying to grab something just outside the city.
Yeah.
You know, we'll risk it, but we're going to the mountains like a third of the way across the continent.
Yeah.
So that then it should be our next like score as far as a moving in on turf, taking control of territory that we're trying to establish.
All right. I want to fill you in on some details about the area that the ancient gate would really work, that you've kind of learn about. Actually, the ancient gate is going to be something you need to find. So I think what I'll do that, let's make that another project clock and call that just a 4 project. Locate the ancient gate.
Maybe something
And
a
if you guys
scout will
want
do.
Exactly. And if you guys want to work on that, this was kind of a quick little thing just to kind of get you a place to do business. But if you guys want to do some research on it right now, I can give you some information on where you might find an ancient gate, and you can start your planning before we get to the next session, and we can kind of direct your attention that way. Let's see, where's
Yeah. I would reach out to my friend and also maybe go to a library to see any studying I could do.
And like Paul said, I can ask around or scout around and gather information.
Okay. So that was a quick score, but here's what I want you to do. I want you to go ahead and fill in the offertory. That's done. You erase the coin that you would spend on that. And I'm going to say it's not going to start paying off until the next downtime. So that's kind of how this is going to work out. As far as entanglements, you didn't really gain any heat. This has actually been nothing like that. But you still have a little bit of heat on you, so we should make an entanglement roll anyway. Let's have Black do it this time. So
Okay.
give me a D6 roll, Black.
Okay. Oh boy.
Trouble or usual suspects.
Oh, this is entanglement, so it doesn't matter. It's random either way.
Yeah, but it's based on how much heat you have. So you don't have a whole lot of heat, so it's not too awful.
Oh, it's bad when he laughs.
Well, it's gang trouble, but your poor unreliable gang. Or okay. They grab Mr. Vreen is what they do. The Bluecoats, they grab Mr. Vreen about just start giving him a lot of grilling about some crazy things happening down at the track. Kind of loosely related to you. He's one of your contacts, but they're rousting him a bit. Mostly it's just kind of a cover to try and get some favor with down in the, get a payoff. I don't know if you guys want to be involved in that or just stay out of it, but Vreen makes an offhand comment at one point that he's getting hassled by the Bluecoats. Getting asked all sorts of questions about the other groups that, the people that are operating the sports books around here and things like that. Might just have to pay him off. It's more trouble than I need. So, I don't know if you want to involve yourself in that at all or not.
could pay them off.
Yeah, I'd be willing to throw some coin at him. I don't know that we want to get involved. But
Mhm.
we can fund a payoff. Slip some coin to Vreen
Mm-hmm.
and let him handle it himself in a way.
Hmm.
Oh, well, that's good. I know you guys. This will really help out a lot. Thank you so much. If you pass off a coin, that will deal with any blue coat hassles for a long time for Mr. Vreen, and he appreciates it. Alrighty. Your rep is going up. And I'm gonna say you weren't really targeting anyone or anything like that, but you get 2 rep just because you're establishing yourself in the neighborhood, so that'll help out. And we'll do another round of downtime here. And if anybody wants to do research, we can kind of set things up for into the ancient gate. And that's going to be at 4 o'clock. I don't know if somebody set that up or not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Then you can get in there and look at all our clocks.
Okay. So as far as the big pile of gold, we spent 4 building up our offery,
Mm-hmm.
and that basically wiped out the dog track winnings. And then I ticked 1 off the actual character sheet for Vreen. So
Okay.
we still have 12. And
I'm
then
looking at-
more in the bank that we could play around with, honestly.
Mm-hmm. The invent religion, you can go ahead and take off that clock. You pretty much did that. That was creating the offertory. So
Okay.
So that you don't need a clock for that one.
That helps. Dump.
Okay.
Forge gun.
Cool.
Cleans things up.
All right.
Kind of like seeing what we've already done. That's kind of cool.
I know.
Sorry.
No, it's
I won't
fine.
do it again.
No. Maybe.
You could just put them all right here on that.
We should keep a list.
Yeah, we should draw them on the
On here.
board.
Yeah.
All right.
Our silly doodles.
Yeah, I like it like that. It looks like we actually did it in our like lair, you know.
Yep. That was the idea.
Looks
So
like
this
Rusty colored him in.
So what was the other one that was filled in? That was the third one?
Find a
Those are the
buyer
only
and
2.
forge
Those
a
are the
copy.
only 2. Okay.
Yeah, so that's already done.
So yeah.
And then,
Well,
religion. What was it?
Invent a religion.
Invent a religion.
Yeah, I went ahead and just told you to scratch that off because that was the score. That was getting the offertory, which pretty much was paying for the privilege of doing the offertory is kind of how we did that. Not so much a score you had to do against anybody, but
okay. Are we just sitting on the coin for the moment? Do we want to divvy it up?
We could sit on it, or we can divvy it up. We should at least divvy up 1 or 2 to everybody.
so that we have a place to put it on character sheets. Because right now you don't have a place to keep it in your layer. It's kind of like
Yeah, we technically
there.
have to divvy it up.
yeah.
Mhm.
And you can put it in stash, but if you want to take money out of your stash, it counts for half. So it's like pulling it out of savings actually. It's like pulling your investment out too soon. But if you improve your stash, that improves your quality of life is kind of how it's treated.
When do we even have? Just 4?
Yeah. So
Hmm.
each row you fill up is like adding an extra die to any rolls. Like if you wanted to go to the tailor, technically I should be having you make a roll to see if you can afford that this week, kind of a deal. And that's kind of how your wealth is spent. It's like a resource roll.
Okay. So how about this? Everybody takes 2 coins. I put a coin back in the vault and fill our vault back up. And the leftover coin roll off.
So we can put coin into stash because I only have room for 1.
Yeah, go ahead and put it in the stash.
Yep.
What are we rolling? Pick a dice.
It's always D6 in this game.
Alrighty. Nope.
That's looks like a coin for
That's
Vina.
Vina with the extra. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're washed. Good.
Oh, but does everybody have theirs filled up? Because I'm not always doing like the.
Vina, you're a cutthroat scoundrel. You don't have to make sure that we are getting fairly paid equal to
I
you.
just want to make
You're
sure
good.
the people
You're
who
good.
are paying people off have enough coin to do so.
That's
I'm
not your
not-
problem.
We
No,
got.
I could have said give me the extra coin back for the one I threw to the bank, but I didn't. I said roll up. So
I'm investing in my retirement plan then.
There you
there
go.
you go.
That's what it is. This is like the game of life, the board game, where you gotta.
Yeah.
It's all about your status at the end of the game.
Well, the stashes are actually the amount of years you have vested in that retirement plan. You know, you
That's-
get 4 years vested. You get it.
There you go. Okay. So let's go. Let's just go through our. Oh, you guys get money for something from your vice den. So somebody go ahead and give me. Who was hanging out at the vice den? It was Rusty and Vina. One of you two.
Go ahead, Rusty. You got this.
Roll a d6 and subtract 1. There's 2 more coins for you to fight about.
Do we roll again?
Now, do we get a bonus for the offery or not yet? Or is that
Not
on
yet.
scores?
I'm gonna let that wait until next downtime.
That is very fair.
That was kind of an easy one right there.
Oh, we're rolling off for the new coins?
Yep.
More coins.
Black gets one, Vina gets the other.
You know,
Looks like it.
The coin is supposed to be like a generic measure of lots of money, but I can't help but thinking of like John Wick, the coin.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I've been picturing it too, with all the way we're paying people off and things we're getting done with them.
Yep. All right. So downtime activities. What do you want to do?
Alright, so I guess we'll start in the same order. I will playbook advancement. I will learn the ritual.
That'll do it.
That'll do it.
Okay. So do you have your own clock going to learn the
will-
particular ritual? Because that's the way we're going to do it.
I will
Or
add that clock now that I've learned it.
okay. So you don't have any ritual, or how does the ritual work? Is that play clock gives you a new ritual? Is that kind of how it?
Well, we're so when I learn that ability, I already know it, but we've retroed it that I'm gonna have to go through the segments to learn the first one. Just
Okay.
make it so it's not game breaking.
There you go.
And when I do it, the GM asks, "What does the ritual do, and how is it weird?" Well,
Yeah.
we are capturing souls. That is very weird.
Keeping them in a container.
Yes. And then I ask, "What must I do to perform the ritual, and what is its price?"
There you go. Okay. So we will hammer out some more of the details, but for right now, you and Match both have your own separate kind of
Okay.
clocks that you're working on here. And damn, that's gonna change the whole religion and when that gets sorted out. Thanks for paying in. Let me show you what happens in the back room now. All right. So you did that. So was there a second
Let's-
activity?
Let's
Because
just
that
see.
was your personal advancement, right?
Yeah,
Did you
let's research or train the ritual or whatever it's called. Long-term project.
So
Right?
what are you going to roll to work on your long-term project?
Attune.
Okay.
I'm attuning.
So you're sitting there, you're reaching out, you're touching the spirits to kind of figure out how you would have to.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a roll.
If I talk to my possessor ghost, would I get any extra rolls for this? Could he guide me or help me in learning such a thing?
Not so much. I
Okay.
mean, that's kind of, that would be how you decide to do it. But, oh, well, shoot, you rolled a 6. That's 3 segments on your 8-segment clock. So there you go.
Let's do it. Okay, that's my downtime.
That was a good way to start your ritual research there. Rusty, what do you got?
I'm going to survey and go look and see if I can find any clues for that ancient gate. That is very
Okay.
important for me.
Okay.
No luck, I don't think.
Well, that's one. That's one segment. Okay. So need 3 more segments to be able to find the ancient gate.
And playbook advancement. That's it for
Okay.
me.
Scrawl.
Actually, I'm going to spend 1 coin and train in prowess. And then that's it for me.
Okay. Yep, 1 coin for an extra downtime. For a group that's flush with money at the moment. Alrighty. Scrawl, your turn. Think you're muted, buddy.
I think I also want to work on trying to find the gate. Would this be considered like gathering information on a target for a score, or is that a separate mechanic?
That could work.
Okay, because that's one of my
Yeah.
special abilities, weaving the web. So I get
Mhm.
a +1d to consort
Yeah.
on this.
So Rusty's actually looking for the gate, and you are talking to people trying to figure out where the gate is. So it's each kind of
Exactly.
tackling it in your own way.
People in the know.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Can we learn past the 2 pips that we have? Can we go to like 3?
I believe so. I gotta look that. So that's your remaining 3 ticks right there, by the way.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yep.
Boom, boom, boom. We found it.
And it is down in Duns Hollow. Here, I'll flip you over to the map real quick, and then we'll.
Rusty narrowed it down to, I think it's in Dust Hollow. And then you were able to find the people that actually knew exactly where it was.
It is over here by this old settlement that's since been abandoned. That's on the outside of the electro fence. But right there is right about where you're looking. In between there, like I said, this is the prison. This is a lot of ghetto and slums over here, and a lot of farmland. A lot of big mushroom farms and stuff like that. A lot of them are worked by the prisoners, but this is a very poor, sometimes very dangerous area of town.
Okay. Good to know.
Yep.
And then I will take I'll advance resolve again.
Mm-hmm.
And that maxes out resolve. Does that mean I get +1 pip somewhere there?
Yep, that's how that works.
Mhm.
Yeah, the second you fill it up, that it goes back down to 0, and you get to give yourself a little something.
And that
Okay.
can
And I
go
can-
beyond 2.
And so now I have 3 pips in consort.
I believe so. Let me just double check on the advancement. part
Only
here.
skill I use.
You're the one we rely on it for.
And I
so-
use it a lot. Yeah, I'm one trick pony.
Because I would spend coin actually here to train a little bit here, if that's the case, because I don't know. I'm not sure.
If you could
think-
get above 2.
Yeah.
I think I remember reading you needed something special to get to 4, but I think you can get to 3.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
think
I
it's
think
just
we
initial
just couldn't
character
get to 3
creation. You can't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I can
Um,
spend as many coins as I want and downtime to advance on different things, as long as they're different. Or is it 1 coin
Yeah.
per downtime?
No, I'm pretty sure it's
As many as you want there, I think. But
Yeah.
let's see. When you take an advance in your playbook track, you choose. You take an advance in an attribute, you add an additional action dot to one of the actions there. I'm gonna say, yeah, you can have 3 until I read something otherwise, but pop it up to 3. That's what the spaces are for. Let's use them.
Okay. Then I would also spend a coin to do that. I'll have 3 in attune, and I also spend another coin to heal one more time.
Okay.
This is the heal.
Hey,
You're
Nice.
fine. You're fine.
that's
No
a good one.
problem.
Perfect.
You've been able to rest, working in the working in the church hasn't really, it's not physically grueling, so you've been able to rest up a little bit. You have your gang doing all the retrofitting of the building. You don't have to do that part, so you're feeling good. No problem. All right. I think we're up to match then.
Alrighty, I'm gonna continue to study my design for this
Mhm.
ghost thing. And
Ooh.
I think that's a critical because I do get a +1 result level.
Oh
Oh,
shoot!
Oh, what?
yep.
Hot
Uh,
dang.
So that's 5 segments right there.
You're one hell of an engineer there, Match.
Thanks, Scrawl. Thanks a bunch.
Yep.
Glorious.
That might be. Was that our
One-
second
I'm
critical
one
on the?
short.
Ah,
First.
well, that means the next time you do it, you're guaranteed to get it.
It does. Glorious. I'm gonna advance my playbook and then I'm gonna spend some money to train in other stuff.
Okay. And just in time, Bina.
Sorry, my dog was being weird and just sitting outside staring at nothing. Well, you guys found the gate.
Yep.
So that was
Didn't even need you.
I know. Who needs a scout when you got a good crew?
When we go through the gate, you will learn the answer to that question.
I am gonna train then.
Yep. You're gonna need your help, Quint. I mean, Bina.
Yeah, I'm gonna put 2 into my insight so I can put a point into my survey. So
There
I'll
you
train
go.
twice. Yeah.
Well, you can only train once per category.
Oh, just kidding. Then I take it back.
So you can do once in that one, and then you can train once in another, or just save it.
Ooh.
You'll be able to spend XP here in a little bit too.
I'm gonna grab some coffee real quick.
Yeah.
Should I do playbook is 2 though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I'll do playbook.
Yeah, playbook and resolve, we get double.
Yeah, there's not. I have 1 in attune, command, and consort. So, but those aren't things that I do very often.
All right.
Resolve's not the one I'm looking at. I need that insight. We'll get there.
Yep. All right. Let me. So everybody gets some fun advancement here. Let's go ahead and move. Oh, there. We can go do the PC advancement. So we're gonna wrap it up here. We'll do the. If you made a desperate action roll, go ahead and mark 1 XP in the attribute action you rolled.
Do I get double because it was resolve?
I think that is only when you're actually training.
Fair enough. Still a free little thing.
Yep. Freebie. And actually that should have happened already. That should have happened in game at the moment when it happens. So
Yeah.
for the future.
Didn't fill it up, so no
Didn't
real
matter.
difference.
Yep. So let's look at our character sheets. You have your playbook. So check your specifics down there if you addressed a challenge in the way described on your character sheet. You should get 1 experience for that.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
Okay, so one of mine is you address a challenge with tracking or violence. And technically I did survey.
Mm-hmm.
Would that be considered tracking?
Remind me what you were surveying?
I was surveying. It was when Oh, we were looking for people, um, others to bid on the book. Remember?
I'll give it to you. Sure.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, that's as close as you were going to get on a game like today, so you can have it.
Exactly. Yeah. I was like, dang it.
You expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background, or you struggled with issues from your vice. I don't think anyone really did any vice or traumas this thing, so. But there were a lot of beliefs for everybody kind of rolling around on this one.
Oh, yes.
So for each of those things, you get 1 XP, and if it happened a lot, you can argue that it's 2 XP. So if you think, I'm going to let you have the XP for free. So if you think it's you, we don't have to go through every single question for every single person. If you think that's you, you get 1 XP. If you think you're deserving of 2 XP for some reason, go ahead and state your case on one of them, and I will say yay or nay.
I think Rusty should get 2 for beliefs. He's
Okay.
starting to get more and more pushy about finding that gate and going out there. And we need to find the deeper meaning of that map.
There
that's
was
it.
that whole conversation at the beginning of the game. I remember it. Okay.
You also stabbed a ghost.
And you stabbed a ghost.
Well, I don't even
Down-
need XP for that. That's a bonus.
Yeah. Well, that's drives and background, and that's all the things. You can have 2. Who else? Make your case.
I think
Get 2.
Gideon gets 2. He he expressed a lot of belief and drive in his own greed by pushing for more money. Always more
Ooh,
money.
that's
more
right.
Money,
Your
more money.
bird of the hand is bullshit. That's
Exactly. Two in the bush. No, but you wait for them all to land, my man.
2. All right.
Mm.
Who else?
So I was gonna argue for 3 when it came to beliefs, just because of how Black was with the book and the auction, ready just to burn it right there and there. Not even having to take the gold, just burn it in front of them. And then
Okay.
also with the church,
Okay.
just expressing and that. And then I
Well,
had to
so your beliefs, that particular question, you express beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. The max you can get for that one question is 2. But if you
Alright.
think you deserve 2 in another area because it happened a lot, you can make that case too.
Okay, then I would say 2 for that, and then 1 for the challenge in using arcane power when I try to fight this ghost a little bit, and try to capture it and do all those things.
Yeah, that one. Okay, so you get 1 for this. So 3 total is what you're telling
Yeah,
me?
yeah.
Okay. Okay. Anything you would like to make your case for, Vina?
I don't think I have anything else to make the case. So I tried. I was like, no.
Okay.
I don't think so.
So let's see. What are your character's beliefs, drives, heritage, or background? What are the things we need to know about your character?
Well, I know in the beginning I had said that the way that I kind of pay my respect to my deity was very dark way, was Cerberus. I thought that Cerberus was kind of my deity that came to me when I was hunting. So I feed him people.
Okay.
Hands, legs, whatever. So that's kind of how I pay my respects. Is through Cerb. That's why he comes with me everywhere.
Okay.
My background, I was a hunter and a recluse, so kind of like living out into the forest, and I just hunted on my own, and that's how I became a sharpshooter.
Okay.
But also how I found Cerb.
Okay.
And then, yeah, so I don't think, so I'm basically like that's why I think I'm going more scout too. So that could be part of my background is, I'm reclusive and quiet, and I like to, like, kind of, nobody really notices me.
Well, there was definitely a part of that, so you definitely get the 1 for that.
That's
Because
true.
because you definitely get 1 XP for that. Did it happen multiple times? I don't know about that, but
I don't think so.
so it sounds like you get 1 for your surveying, and you get 1 for the beliefs or for behaving like the little shadowy recluse that you are.
Shadow recluse.
So it sounds like 2 XP total for you on that one.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, and if I ever feed Cerb, that was me respecting or a sacrifice for my deity, so
Yep.
that ever happened.
Yep.
Just remember.
All right. You addressed a challenge with, this is going to be for you, Scrawl, you're the last one here. So what I said is, if any of the questions down below you feel you deserve 1 XP, you can make it. You don't have to make your case. Just take your XP for it. But if there are any that you feel you deserve 2 for something that occurred multiple times, go ahead and make your case.
I'm gonna go ahead and call for 2 on addressing a challenge with calculation or conspiracy.
I don't think anyone's going to argue that one.
Drives, heritage, or background. Cause he's kind of a nihilist. The most I could say, even for the 1 point, I'm kind of on the fence. But I did say I'd play devil's advocate to this religion thing that we're forging. That seems about right. But that's as close as I think I got.
Okay. I'll let you take the 1 there. Yep. Okay. So cool.
So I'll take
Let's
3.
Let's look at the crew now. So that's you guys, and from what I understand, you can pretty much put those wherever you want it, right? Or does that have to go specifically to playbook?
Those can go into whatever.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
So
Cool.
our XP can go into whatever.
Yep.
But if
So
we put it
now,
in the playbook, we get 2.
I don't think so. I think that's only when we get training.
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, that's just for the downtime training. Okay. But for the crew now, oh, I forgot that I have my own thing. Ooh. Sorry, I gotta make a roll. I forgot I started something here I didn't look at this page.
Uh-oh. Shit.
Forgot about that. Okay. Yeah, there you go. That's good to know. All right.
Somebody else's long-term clock just leapt forward.
Yeah, I might have a few clocks going here and there. Yeah. Let's see. Crew specific trigger. So for the cult, that's gonna be advance the agenda of your deity or embody its precepts in action. 2. I'm giving 2 on that one. Contend with challenges above your current station. Go. If you tangle with higher tiers, more dangerous, mark an XP for this. So that'll be your 3rd. I'm up to 3. Bolster your crew's reputation or develop a new one. Yes. Developed a whole new religion. Express the goal drives inner conflict, essential nature of your crew. I think I'm calling 5, guys. That's
a brass ring right there. Yeah.
Yeah. That was pretty solid. That's 5
Well
XP for
done,
your crew.
cult.
Well, yeah. Well connived, everybody. So does that go on the crew advancement? It goes up 5?
Yep.
Sorry if we're good at cults.
So my plan. This next, we've done a lot of talky games here last couple sessions. So I think the next one's going to be getting out into the wilds and a little bit more of the dealing with the spirits, a little bit more of hunters, and kind of play into some other strengths a little bit here. So we'll expect that the next time around.
Lots of assisting. I'm glad I have the stress room.
I still put the offer out there. Anybody that wants to write, you can send it directly to me or post it in the on the Discord page, whatever you want to do. Anybody who wants to do any sort of an advancement or storytelling, you'll have a chance to earn more downtime activities. That's how I will pay for those.
Yeah, Tom, post whatever you wrote about your
well,
your
it was about
I don't think you can.
Oh, it can't.
No, that's for me.
Okay.
At least
Cool.
one of them. I could potentially, when I write up more about Grace, my friend, I might
Yeah.
post that publicly. But my enemy, no.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, how did you make your enemy? That's a good one to know. Yeah. So
I
anything
kind
you
of
want to write?
Yeah, I added a
Okay,
little
go.
bit of notes on both of them for that one.
Good.
Like why Flint's my enemy. and then why Nyrix is my friend.
And I'm trying to make sure I keep notes on our various fun NPCs that you've met, and Captain Frostgrip and Peter Grind.
So I threatened last time that because I want to focus on Tomb of Annihilation because we're getting closer to running in-person games, and I have 2 ongoing in-person campaigns, and I can't do 3 campaigns.
Yeah.
So Tomb needs to be finished off at some point. We're also getting into the end game of that.
Yep.
But we are at a real good and cool spot on this. So the plan, it sounds like we're going out next game. And so we will definitely, whether that's 1 or 2 sessions, we will finish this kind of thread before I make the push where we every 2 weeks go to Tomb.
Okay.
I had that thought because I was just a few minutes ago. I was pouring the coffee, and I'm like, "Yeah, no, Tom's not going to be able to try and push for Tomb after this. We have to see where this goes."
So I'm gonna
Especially
try.
because it's
We've
my
been
character
crafting
that's
too
been
much
pushing,
story.
and
Yeah.
my character's been pushing for that. So no.
So I'm gonna push. I'm gonna try and make the next time we play, that will be a fully realized thing. You go out there, whatever happens, whatever obstacles you run into. Yeah, and try and have it all resolve itself next time. So if we decide we do want to go ahead and push on Tomb, it would be a nice little breaking point. But
Because Matt's not going to complain about more pockets time either. It's win-win really. At this
Yeah.
stage.
Oh no.
Cool. All right.
Great,
So
thanks, Matt. That was great.
yeah,
You
Well,
had a
it's-
twisting in the wind with those goddamn sea captains.
that it's you guys. I mean, that's just it. This game plays itself. It is really you guys and your ideas and what you want to run with, and it's crazy. And that's just, I mean, Black and Match, your invention that you're working on. That's all you guys. And how that's going to play out and go in the future, that's not me. So keep it up. Get crazy. Come up with the craziest ideas you can, the craziest schemes.
The art dealer was an exceptionally well-fitting touch. Was that just this NPC would really be a good one to come say
That was
hi to
the
them?
NPC from DJ Night.
Ah!
Yeah.
We were watching DJ Night, the Peter art dealer weird commercial. I tried to find
Oh,
that
is
commercial.
that what the NPC you pulled from? I thought DJ Night is gonna show or gonna be at the bar and there's
No.
See, that's the way this asshole would have played that.
No, there was the weird commercial that popped up right when I put that comment on there, and that was
Okay.
Peter, some guy who had an art store, and you can come buy art. And I was like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah. I
Yep.
half caught it now that you mention it, but
Yep.
that's great. Good
Yep.
stuff.
Well, I think
But-
next game, if I have to go indulge, which I'd like to, I'm
Mhm.
totally gonna go grab a drink with Captain Frostgrip. Be like, hey, Rusty, let's go.
There you go.
It's gonna be my new bud.
That'd be awesome. He's
So
fun.
hey, just chill, looking for a good time, personality, and this super evil, let's soak up all the hope cult.
Hey, are
He
you
was
worried
so
about your soul, Captain?
Alrighty, guys.
That's great.
Well, I think this is a good place to call it.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
Okay.
Give me
Yeah.
stories.
And you
Yeah.
say it plays itself, but you're on the ball every time we throw something out, and you're ready with those characters. And
Yeah,
Yeah,
you have to be ready for all the bull crap we're gonna come up with.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Well, awesome. This is always a fun week.
I'm just looking at the sheets now.
Yeah.
Good night, folks.
Good
Good
night.
night.